Chapter 429, Chai Zi Tsang Submits. Chapter 429, Chai Zi Tsang Submit. Book 3, The South. At this time, Zheng Ming he was in charge of the defense on the exterior of the granary. When he saw the huge crowd of humans, he trembled inwardly as his back broke out in cold perspiration, and he suddenly felt a huge sense of pressure. This was a crowd of a few 100,000 people, and they were gathered right here. It seemed that any small thing could set them off. The moment they erupted, it would definitely become a scene of carnage, and the granary was likely going to be destroyed. I am Zheng Ming he, an elder of the Green Stone Triad. Zheng Ming he looked at the huge crowd as he gritted his teeth to declare loudly. We did not kill Regiment Commander Du Shan Xiong. All of you had better leave now, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Dogs hit. He's threatening us. Everyone, don't fear. We have a few tens of thousands of us here. He won't dare to touch us. Bash that bastard in. Everyone, let's charge in. Snatch what's ours. Whoever can snatch whatever will belong to them. They won't dare to open fire. There are so many of us here, if each us were to spit on them, they'll drown. Everyone, charge. Amidst the crowd of survivors, there were some hoodlums from the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad mixed in, as they tried to incite the crowd. Everyone, let's charge together. Those rations are ours. Everyone should snatch it all back. Charge! With the provocation of the joint efforts of the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad, many of the survivors began to get riled up as they inched forward. Zheng Ming he watched all these unfold as his head started to hurt, unsure of his next move. Right at this time, Hu Yi's voice traveled over, his tone resolute. Open fire! Everyone, fire your weapons! The various soldiers stationed at the guns exchanged looks, as they looked at the incoming crowd, not knowing what to do. If it were zombies or mutant beasts, they would definitely not hesitate, and immediately firing their weapons. However, they were currently facing other humans, and these were their comrades at that. Hu Yi's eyes flashed coldly, as he pulled out his blade and hollered coldly. I'm the vice-commander appointed by our leader Yu Zhong. Did you guys not hear my orders? I'm ordering all of you to shoot right now. Kill the threats. Those who disobey will be executed. One of the soldiers could not help but say, But Captain Hu? These are people, they're our fellow countrymen. Not zombies and not enemies. They are but just helpless ordinary citizens. Hui glanced at that soldier, his expression icy as he continued. I know that. But if we don't fire now, we're gonna be buried right here. Fire immediately. Otherwise, I'll carry out military punishment. Hu Yi turned around to face Zheng Ming he as he asked solemnly. Commander Zheng? You don't have any objections, right? Amidst Yu Zhong's established powers, it had become compulsory to use military ranks to refer to one another. Using hall lords and elders were too triad-like and lacked the discipline and form of an actual unit. Open fire! Zheng Ming he glanced at Hu Yi before shutting his eyes and gave the cruel order. If they still didn't open fire, those enraged survivors would soon charge into the granary and would destroy everything. In an instant, all 12 heavy machine guns started spewing bullets, firing wildly at the frenzied crowd below, punching holes into an unfortunate number of them. Murder! Quick escape! They're firing! Following the shrieks and screams of fear, the originally enraged crowd became fearful as they saw those on the front lines lying in pools of blood as they tried to swarm back. When those survivors that were coming in from further away heard the gunshots, they turned tail and ran in various directions, running for their lives. Even before the apocalypse, there had been incidents before, where tanks were deployed to quell insurgencies, not to mention a new era where all order has been lost. When those survivors heard the gunshots, their unity crumbled totally, as individuals scrambled for their lives. In the midst of the chaos, countless survivors were only concerned about their own survival, and the casualties mounted as a result of the stampede. Along the way, countless bodies which had been trampled could be seen. Some time later, Yu Zhong appeared atop the granary, looking at the corpses in front of the granary, his face grim. "Leader!" Zheng Ming. He went up to Yu Zhong, who had appeared, his heart shaken as he saluted. He noticed the ugly expression on Yu Zhong's face, and glanced at Hu Yi before gritting his teeth and said, "Leader, I had passed the command. I'm willing to shoulder all responsibilities." The fact that Hu Yi was a close brother of Yu Zhong was widely known amongst those in his faction. Hu Yi was also an evolver with a second-order skill, and had contributed greatly at the battle of the mutant beast horde. He would naturally be in charge of many things, and Zheng Ming he dared not push the blame on Hu Yi. Yu Zhong patted Zheng Ming he's shoulders and said solemnly, "How were you wrong? Those who were in the wrong were those bastards from the Heavenly Dragon and Green Bamboo Triads causing trouble. Even those idiots who blindly followed their instigation were in the wrong. As long as there are enemies, we're free to open fire on them, regardless of who they are. However, you could have handled it better. At the very least, you should have fired a warning shot first. After that, if they still didn't retreat, then you can fire. You shall be demoted by a rank, and your position is only Vice Battalion Commander. The 1st Battalion of Guilin City is still yours to lead." Zheng Ming he had been an ordinary person before the apocalypse, and had not experienced something like this, hence, his handling of the matter had been rigid. If it were up to somebody with experience, it would definitely have been handled better. Yes. Zheng Ming he's eyes turned red, and this moment caused him to feel extremely grateful. He had thought Yu Zhong was going to demote him to a foot soldier. After all, they had killed a number of survivors, and because of that, the resulting stampede had claimed the lives of 200 others. Yu Zhong's forces were still considered young, and they had just pushed on in. There were countless good fighters, but people with the skills to lead were lacking. Just then, Hu Yi stepped forwards and said, "Leader, don't blame Commander Zheng. It was an order that I gave." With other people around, Hu Yi would refer to Yu Zhong as leader. Only in situations without others would he call Yu Zhong Big Bro. Yu Zhong eyed Hu Yi and replied solemnly, "Since it's like this, you're demoted 2 ranks to a platoon commander. Your rank is now lieutenant." Hu Yi's expression was strict as he replied, "Yes, leader." Hu Yi then asked, "Leader, what are our moves next? Guilin City is now in chaos, should we step in as well?" Bai Shaoxing's speed had been extremely fast, and had related the assassination of the upper levels of the government to the Yu Zhong. Hu Yi did not understand, since he knew Yu Zhong to be extremely decisive, the reason as to why Yu Zhong was still not acting, instead wasting 2 very precious hours. Yu Zhong eyed Zheng Ming he as his killing intent billowed out, Zheng Ming he, I'll leave this place to you. You must defend this place properly. No one else other than me is allowed near the granary. Any offenders, execute them on the spot." The granary was the most important card held by Yu Zhong right now. The moment it landed in someone else's hands, it would become the time where it could be used against him. Zheng Ming he faced Yu Zhong as he swore solemnly, "Yes, leader. As long as I still have a breath left, this place will not be taken from me." "Good!" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Just as Yu Zhong was preparing to issue the command to mobilize, Hu Yi looked out and called out, "Leader, someone's coming." "Oh!" Yu Zhong turned around, only to discover Chai Zitsang, who was released by him, walking towards the granary with his hands waving a white flag. Yu Zhong looked at Chai Zitsang and his heartbeat immediately sped up. "Let him in." Just a single Chai Zitsang would not be a threat to the entire granary's forces. Chai Zitsang came to Yu Zhong and immediately declared, "This subject is willing to work for leader, please accept this subject." Yu Zhong eyed Chai Zitsang and was extremely pleased. Good! What are your requests? Name them. Gaining Chai Zitsang was a huge opportunity. On one hand, he could show the example of those who submitted. On the other hand, Chai Zitsang knew the inner workings amongst Du Shanxiong's generals. With his support, Yu Zhong would be able to make a better judgment. Chai Zitsang immediately said, I alone am weak. I hope that leader can set my brothers free. Allow us to work for you. With Du Shanxiong's death, the army had split up into multiple factions. In such situations, those with strength made the rules. Without Du Shanxiong, Chai Zitsang was nothing, and hence, upon consideration, he had decided to throw his weight in with Yu Zhong. After all, there were over a few hundred captive soldiers. Yu Zhong frowned and asked, Do you have confidence in convincing your brothers? Chai Zitsang replied solemnly, If Du Shanxiong was still alive, there would be no guarantee. However, since he's dead, I have 70% confidence in persuading them. Yu Zhong grinned and said, All right. Chai Zitsang, from now on, you're the 9th platoon's platoon commander. Your entire platoon will be made up of your brothers. How's that? Chai Zitsang was overjoyed, and immediately prostrated himself in front of Yu Zhong. I'm willing to fight to the death for leader. The moment he joined, he was immediately placed as a platoon commander, and he had the strength of his troops to boot. This was good news to him. In such a world where strength spoke, Chai Zitsang had just gained his subordinates again, and soon he would be able to have a say amongst Yu Zhong's forces. Chapter 430, Fractured Military. Chapter 430, Fractured Military. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong had always liked to reorganize the troops that he had absorbed from his enemies. However, things were different for Guilin City. It was a time where he needed to make use of the manpower, and it had to be utilizable. Allowing Chai Zitsang to control his troops would swiftly draft them into formation. Therefore, Yu Zhong had chosen that option. Chai Zitsang came alone to the captive zone, and under his persuasion, 90% of the captives agreed to work with him. There was still that 10% that was unwilling, and hence remained within the captive battalion. After making preparations, under the orders of Yu Zhong, the Heaven Union group of experts, Larman's foreign troops, Ing Kai Shan's 2 infantry battalions that were armed to the teeth, as well as Chai Zitsang's military troops that strengthened the front, all gathered. The 2,000-strong army made their way towards Guilin City. Yu Zhong also assigned for those scattered troops that weren't too stable to leave the granary, leaving the place to Zheng Ming he and his 2 battalions. Amongst the 2 battalions, there were numerous experts who had followed Yu Zhong on his conquests along the way, as well as some who had taken part in the Battle of the Small Town, gaining huge benefits against the mutant beast horde. Upon entering Guilin City and establishing control over a territory, Yu Zhong brought Chai Zitsang over and asked, Chai Zitsang, I want to settle the side of the military. Which faction do you think I should set my sights on first? With regards to the relationships among the military powers, Chai Zitsang was more familiar, and with him around, Yu Zhong can make a more informed judgment on his next move. Boss Yu. The military has now fractured into 6 main factions. These 6 are separated into the following: the 1st Battalion led by Zhang Shui Wang, the 2nd Battalion led by Wang He, the 3rd Battalion led by Zhu Lei, the 4th Battalion led by Qin Yu, the 5th Battalion led by Ma Fong, the 6th Battalion led by Murong He. These are also the strongest 6 battalions trained up by regiment commander Du. Each of them consists of 1,000 soldiers, and there are 5 other infantry battalions that are situated near the 6 powers. However, these 5 are just recently conscripted, and the recruits are still in the midst of training, without proper equipment, and lack any combat strength. Of the 6, Zhang Shui Wang's 1st Battalion is the strongest and best equipped battalion. They have an entire armed division. They have tanks, cannons and even assault helicopters. Zhang Shuiwang was the first troop that had followed Du Shanxiong since the beginning. He's absolutely loyal to Du Shanxiong and has a proud temperament. It's extremely hard to convince him. He had fought with Chen Yu in the past over a woman, and in the end, he lost to Chen Yu, which caused their relationship to be strained, even up till now. They have come to blows before. Because of his ego, his relationships with the other battalions are not that great either. Wang He's 2nd Battalion consists of the most experts. Truthfully, the 2nd Battalion is the battalion with the most number of experts amongst the whole army. Inside the 2nd Battalion, there are 20 evolvers. Wang He is also a slippery guy. His relationships with the rest of the 5 battalions are so. Zhu Lei is rumored to be the backer of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. He's a violent man, lustful and perverse, and is alleged to have over 50 women in the camp waiting on him. Chen Yu is an upright man and is a bit rigid. Ma Fang is said to be the backer of the Green Bamboo Triad. He's cunning and insidious, petty as well. He's domineering in his own ways, and there was one time where he didn't buy a ticket when he went to the bus stop. The conductor stopped him and requested for him to get a ticket. He actually slapped the conductor, before barking loudly saying that he was a commander, and that the conductor had best scram. His character is not much, and if not for his family, he could not have gotten to his position. Chai Zitsong finished off. As for Murong He, I'm not clear about his background, I just know that he's honest and straightforward, although he's a man of few words. However, whatever responsibilities Du Shanxiong handed to him, he would carry it off extremely well. Yuzhong started pondering over the information he got. The 4 great triads of Guilin City all had backers. Yuzhong knew this very well. It was almost impossible for a triad to expand the way the 4 great triads did without sufficient backing. Yuzhong had brought in his own experts to launch a sudden move and swallowed up the Hong triad's position. Within Guilin City, Yuzhong was considered a wild card, and had broken the balance of the games. That was why Li Hongji and Chang Yufeng had tried to thrash the newly established Greenstone Triad. However, they had not expected that Yuzhong did not follow the rules, and instead, finished them off quickly and cleanly, as well as taking over the granary, and causing Du Shanxiong to become anxious. Yuzhong mulled silently. With the backing of 2 commanders, no wonder they dared to kill government officials, even killing Du Shanxiong. With Zhu Lei and Ma Fang sitting behind the scenes, as well as causing mayhem within Guilin City, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad could be said to possess some capabilities. With the aid of 2,000 experienced soldiers, as well as the police force, armed forces and special forces under the control of Li Jiuming, by now, the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad had gained the upper hand in this conflict. Right at this time, a soldier came running towards Yuzhong. "Leader, there's an envoy from the Green Bamboo Triad that requests an audience." Yuzhong's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Let him in." A proud and arrogant young man in a suit came sauntering in as he grinned slightly at Yuzhong. "Hello, Boss Yu. I'm the Green Bamboo Triad's Peng Biao. I'm very pleased to meet you. This time, I'm here on the orders of Chief Gao, to establish an alliance with you. As long as you're willing to become allies with us from the Green Bamboo Triad, after this matter is settled, the 3 conditions that you had sent someone to request for, other than the 3rd condition, we can accept the rest. Furthermore, as an expression of our goodwill, the Green Bamboo Triad is willing to offer 100 virgins to you." Yuzhong eyed Peng Biao coldly and said, "Capture him." 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward to press Peng Biao harshly to the ground, before tying him up. The moment Peng Biao felt his face touching the ground, his expression changed as he shouted, "Yuzhong! Armies do not kill envoys in battle. You can't kill me." Yuzhong eyed Peng Biao coldly and replied, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If you have the abilities to escape, You can go back and notify Gao Ming Hao. If he surrenders now, I can let him off with his dog life. Otherwise, I will definitely wipe the earth clean of you scum from the Green Bamboo Triad and Heavenly Dragon Triad. Throw him into the jail cell? Without my orders, no one shall go close to him. After settling the issue of Peng Biao, Yu Zhong turned to Chai Zitsang and said, Go find someone to lead me to Zhang Shui Wang. I want to talk to him. Chai Zitsang's face promptly turned pale as he tried to persuade Yu Zhong. Leader? That's not prudent. While Zhang Shui Wang might be obstinate, he's not an idiot, and he might possibly throw you in captivity. Yu Zhong frowned and muttered, Enough. I've made up my mind. I need to make this trip. At this juncture, while we can ensure our survival, it's hard to attain victory. Conquering any one side might give the others a chance to jump on us. I need to convince Zhang Shui Wang to work together with us. Only then is there a hope for victory. Yu Zhong led an army size of more than 2,000, and it seemed imposing. However, within them, 1,000 plus were still not trained fully, and could be said to be a motley bunch. If it was a casual clash, it would still be okay, but if more than a few die, then the rest would definitely collapse. Of the remaining 1,000 some, the Heaven Union's experts make up the most of the number. However, the human heart was difficult to conquer, and there were a few who were still not satisfied with Yu Zhong. They could betray at any time. Of the entire 2,000 over, it seemed that only 400 over could truly fight. Hence, if Yu Zhong wanted to deal with the rest of the fractured military factions, he needed another way. If two sides engaged him at the same time, it would be worse. Chai Zitsang mulled for a few seconds, before his eyes flashed with resolution. All right. I'll go with you. This was a risk for Chai Zitsang, and he wanted to gain Yu Zhong's trust and reliance, hence he decided to follow Yu Zhong to prove his loyalty. No one would dislike a loyal subordinate. Although some were capable, ambitious people would leave their superiors with no choice but to limit their dependency on them. Whereas there could be less capable but more devoted subjects, these were the preferred aides. Yu Zhong looked at Chai Zitsang and smiled slightly. Good. After granting control of the troops to Hu Yi, and passing the order to keep watch over their current location, Yu Zhong and Chai Zitsang left for Zhang Shui Wang's location swiftly. As they neared the camp of Zhang Shui Wang, they were met with a wary warning. Who goes there? Two soldiers wielding 03 type rifles raised their weapons and blocked the paths of Yu Zhong and Chai Zitsang. Yu Zhong looked at the two of them, replying indifferently, I'm Yu Zhong, the chief of the Green Stone Triad that occupied the granary. I have something to say to your commander Zhang Shui Wang. Take me to him. Hearing that Yu Zhong had taken the initiative to come to their camp, the soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air as they retreated slightly, gripping their weapons tightly. You're Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's infamy had spread amongst the entire military. Almost every soldier knew this person in front of them had simply taken a troop to subdue the entire granary that was guarded by a battalion within an hour. He had also mercilessly executed an entire company of soldiers under Chang Yufeng. One of the soldiers responded gravely, Wait a moment, I'll need to report this. After which, the soldier hastily withdrew into the camp. Not long after, 12 soldiers emitting a strong killing intent following a 1.8 m tall and burly commander came striding towards Yu Zhong. The burly commander stared at Yu Zhong with a wary gaze and said, I'm Guo Huailian. Please come with me. Chai Zitsang gave Yu Zhong a heads up by whispering, Guo Huailian is the top expert in Zhang Shui Wang's ranks. He's an agility-based evolver. His skills are truly top-notch. Yu Zhong turned to Guo Huailian and chuckled as he agreed. Sure. Chapter 431. Forced Mobilization. Chapter 431. Forced Mobilization. Guo Huailian had come out to receive them. It was apparent that Zhang Shui Wang was filled with wariness towards Yu Zhong. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were some experts who could single-handedly decimate an entire troop and cause the tides of the war to turn. While Zhang Xuewang was proud, he wasn't an idiot, and he would not be unprepared as he accepted Yu Zhong, who was equivalent to a powerful killing machine in his base. As Yu Zhong walked, he saw numerous armored vehicles, like tanks, assault vehicles, self-propelling cannons, missile launchers, etc. Seeing these tools of war, his eyes went red. Guo Huailian brought Yu Zhong to a small office, and within, there was a man of about age 32 to 33, wearing a crisp military uniform. He possessed a face full of pride, yet his body radiated a vigor while sitting in the office. This man was the commander, Zhang Xuewang. Beside Zhang Xuewang, there were 8 men standing quietly, as they stared at Yu Zhong fixedly. They had the aura of experts as well, and they were obviously powerful enhancers under Zhang Xuewang. When Du Shanxiong was assassinated, everyone got alarmed, and increased their own security. Zhang Xuewang was no exception. Zhang Xuewang was also an enhancer, however. His enhancement level wasn't high, only about 11 or so. After all, he was the commander of the armored division, and as long as they continued utilizing their modern weaponry to annihilate any zombies or mutant beasts, he had little opportunities to strengthen himself. Zhang Xuewang eyed Yu Zhong coldly. "Yu Zhong, what you here for?" Yu Zhong eyed Zhang Xuewang as he replied slowly. "You are Commander Zhang Xuewang, right? Du Shanxiong was assassinated. The people behind it are the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. I hope that you can work with me to eradicate them." Zhang Xuewang stared back and his expression was one of ridicule. "You're saying that Regiment Commander Du was assassinated by the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad? Where's your evidence? Who's to say that you weren't the assassin yourself? You just come tell me this and now you want to come and tell me to catch someone else. Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Xuewang eyed Yu Zhong coldly as he continued. "The death of Regiment Commander Du, I will naturally get to the bottom of this. At that time, I will personally lead my troops to punish those responsible as revenge for Regiment Commander Du. If you're here to waste your breath, then I suggest that you scram right back to where you came from." One of the experts standing beside Zhang Xuewang suddenly came forward and urged, "Wait, Commander? Since he's here, let's kill him. Once he's dead, the Green Stone Triad would collapse, and we can reclaim the granary." When Zhang Xuewang heard that, his heart rate quickened. True, it was an opportunity that was hard to come by, and it was his territory here, and there were 6 evolvers as well as 20 other experts that were above level 30 inside the room. If they all worked together, it was more than enough to take care of Yu Zhong. Once he was dead, the Green Stone Triad would definitely collapse. He could then swallow up Yu Zhong's power. When he thought up to that point, he immediately came to a decision and ordered, "Capture him!" When Zhang Xuewang's words had just resounded, the agility-based evolver Guo Huailian immediately exploded forwards with an insane speed, appearing beside Yu Zhong and locking his arm. Yu Zhong was however prepared, and as his eyes flashed, he activated his Art of Fear at the first moment and sent it radiating outwards with him at the center. With the pressure of that strong spirit attack, Guo Huailian immediately slowed down, his heart trembling at the force of that attack. A tear appeared in space, as a sharp bone spike shot out from the tear and pierced Guo Huailian in between his brows, nailing him directly against the ground. As the Art of Fear continued to emit outwards, of the 11 other experts standing behind Yu Zhong, 7 were immediately affected by it. 7 more sharp bone spikes shot outwards like spears and impaled the 7 experts through their heads, nailing them to the walls. Assassins! Assassins! In just merely a few breaths, 8 experts had died at the hands of Yu Zhong, and the proud expression of Zhang Xuewang was replaced by one of fear, as he screamed and shouted while pummeling the glass window, breaking it and trying to escape. At that instant, Zhang Shuiwang's heart was filled with regret. He had never expected Yu Zhong to be this insanely strong, and had made short work of 8 of his experts. Even the strongest Guohuailian under him was killed immediately. Yu Zhong shot Zhang Shuiwang a look, and his pupils narrowed, as he focused the art of fear on him, engulfing his body. Radiant green light emitted from Zhang Shuiwang's body, negating the effects of the art of fear. It was obvious that there were still some powerful defenses on his body. Otherwise, that single-target art of fear attack would have easily killed such a low-leveled enhancer. A spirit-based evolver waved his hands as a bunch of poker cards flew like projectiles towards Yu Zhong, and in mid-air, they split into numerous more cards. The main ability of the spirit-based evolver was controlling poker cards, and under his power, those weak cards could become sharp enough to slice armored vehicles, and even an L2 evolved zombie which was impervious to bullets and knives would be sliced into pieces by the poker cards. The poker cards that were filled with power filled the entire room, and sealed off Yu Zhong's movements. Like a rain cloud that blots out the skies, no one would be able to evade the raindrops. This was the threat of those poker cards. Many experts had watched helplessly before being sliced apart. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with coldness as he slapped his hands once, and a fearsome fireball blossomed out of thin air, shooting towards the spirit-based evolver. With that fearsome blazing tornado, the cards that could slice apart armored vehicles started to burn and turn to ashes, while the flaming tornado continued in its attempt to engulf the spirit-based evolver entirely. Facing the fiery carnage about to envelope it, the card-controlling spirit-based evolver looked on in horror. An earthen wall immediately congealed in front of him, blocking the path of the fiery tornado. It was the work of an evolver with the ground manipulation ability standing near the spirit-based evolver. The fiery tornado assaulted the wall, and an immense explosion resulted, causing a hole in the wall, before it continued to rage on towards the card-controlling spirit-based evolver. A level 43 enhancer quickly came up and started to activate a psychic barrier in front of the card controller, his face resolute. The fiery tornado landed against the psychic barrier powerfully, burning for a while before finally collapsing. This was the pros of having comrades. One by one, they managed to defend against an attack that each of them would not be able to handle singly. Pung! 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 The psychic barrier user had just heaved a sigh of relief, when 6 stinger bullets came from behind the fiery tornado and exploded on his weakened barrier, immediately disintegrating it. One of the bullets penetrated his head, and instantly caused his cranium to be blasted apart. A sharp bone blade came slashing out of nowhere, and the ground manipulation user was likewise decapitated, as a huge gush of blood splattered everywhere, his lifeless body slumping to the floor. Another sharp bone spike then shot out explosively, piercing the head of the card controller, nailing him to the wall. With the slashing of the bone blades, another 3 close combat experts were immediately sliced apart, splattering the room with blood. In a few moments of breath, 14 experts with decent strength had died at the hands of Yu Zhong and White Bones, and the scene in the room was like hell. So strong. He's too strong. Chai Zitsang, who had just exited the illusion of Art of Fear, stood behind Yu Zhong, his body trembling slightly as he looked at Yu Zhong with eyes of respect and awe. It was the first time he witnessed someone actually making short work of 14 experts, amongst which were some evolvers even. Yu Zhong's strength had totally surpassed his imagination. Yu Zhong stared coldly at the remaining experts, his gaze icy, while his aura intimidating the remaining 6 experts. Yu Zhong had not yet activated his Art of Fear, but being stared at like that caused an equally knee-shaking fear within the 6 experts. One of them, an evolver wielding a large blade, could not withstand the terror of facing death and immediately kneeled as he pleaded, "I surrender! Don't kill me!" Yu Zhong pointed to the other experts as he barked, Surrender, or die. You only have 1 second to consider. I surrender. Don't kill me. Under Yu Zhong's stern warning, another 3 experts could not withstand the fear of death, and immediately threw their weapons down and knelt down. Yu Zhong. One of the experts seemed to hesitate before lifting his heads to say something. White Bones, whose entire body was covered in the blood of the enemies it killed, charged forwards wildly with its 2 bone blades, its demonic fiery eyes flashing. The remaining 2 experts had not yet the time to bargain nor finish their words before they were sliced in 2, splattering blood all over the place. Yu Zhong did not cast another glance at the 4 experts who had submitted as he activated his shadow steps and rushed towards the window, but not before saying, "Protect Commander Chai out of here. Otherwise, all your families will die." Yu Zhong then immediately leapt out the 2nd-story window, and chased after Zhang Shuiwang like an arrow. "Assassin! Assassin!" Zhang Shuiwang shouted as he ran, and his heart was now filled with regret. If he hadn't acted against Yu Zhong, then by now he would have chased Yu Zhong away. A large number of soldiers and the remaining experts of the 1st Battalion began to gather towards them. The 20 experts in the meeting hall only made up half of the experts within the 1st Battalion. Of course, they happened to be the elite of the elites as well. When the soldiers saw their own commander being chased by Yu Zhong, they began to raise their weapons and fire at him. A large number of bullets shot towards Yu Zhong, but he did not try to evade them. Instead, the bronze spiritual bell flew out from his chest, enveloping him with a radiant shield of light, blocking the incoming bullet. In that intense moment, after barely 3 seconds, Yu Zhong managed to reach Zhang Shuiwang as he raised his hands to make a grab for the latter's neck. "Release the commander! Release the commander! Otherwise I'll fire!" When the soldiers saw Yu Zhong grabbing their commander by the neck, all of them stopped their attacks, instead surrounding them, as they stared intensely at Yu Zhong, threatening him. When Zhang Shuiwang was caught by Yu Zhong, his fear arose and he quickly shouted, "Yu Zhong, let me go. I can cooperate with you. Let's eradicate the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad together." "Good." Yu Zhong then placed Zhang Shuiwang on the ground, not doing anything, instead ordering, "Immediately order your men to assault Zhu Lei." "Fine." Zhang Shuiwang could only helplessly give the order through gritted teeth. Under Zhang Shuiwang's orders, the entire 1st Battalion of Guilin City was activated, and the armored vehicles made their way towards Zhu Lei's base. Zhu Lei troops had been on standby since the start of the Civil War. Furthermore, there were fortifications done to enhance their defense against any potential attack. Within a lavish room deep inside the camp, there were 20 extremely outstanding beauties standing in various poses like decoration, while 2 men were seated and enjoying wine as they chatted. One of them, who was burly and had a face full of beard and a mouth of yellow teeth, was currently embracing a naked girl with one hand, while his other holding his wine glass. He was laughing out loud. "Dia! This time you did beautifully. Du Shan Xiong, that old thing, is finally dead. From now on, this place is ours." The bearded burly man was Zhu Lei of the 6 military factions. He was violent in temper and lustful in nature. Although it had irked Du Shan Xiong, Zhu Lei truly had the strength in his unit, and thus Du Shan Xiong had no choice but to make use of him in the past. While Zhu Lei had an explosive temper, he was not a fool, and in exchange for being a backer for the Heavenly Dragon Triad, they helped to deliver numerous experts and beautiful women, in addition to large amount of resources, allowing him to grow his forces right under Du Shan Xiong's nose. However, Zhu Lei had still remained fearful of Du Shan Xiong. With his death, Zhu Lei was now without fear. Dia revealed a cunning smile. "Big Brother? From today onwards, Guilin City will be under Big Brother's control. As long as this little one gets a taste of what Big Brother has to enjoy, it will be more than enough for me." Zhu Lei looked at Dia and laughed with satisfaction, at the same time, twisting the breasts of the naked girl beside him. Ha ha! Dia, just follow me tightly. I won't mistreat you. Chapter 432. Defeat of Zhu Lei's Troops. Chapter 432. Defeat of Zhu Lei's Troops. Book 3, The South. Zhu Lei eyed Dia as he pointed to the various beauties in the room and chuckled. These chicks, whoever catches your eye, just state it. Treat it as my gift to you. There were a total of 28 naked women standing around, their figures truly eye-catching, and they seemed to brighten up the room with their looks. After society had collapsed due to the apocalypse, many allowed their inner demons and desires to fester. Zhu Lei was lustful, and while Du Shanxiong was still alive, he had been controlled. Now he was truly unreserved in his indulgence. Diya's face put on a humble expression as he flattered. How can this little brother covet your women, big bro? Zhu Lei's mouth curled upwards in a smile, his eyes flashing with a perverse gaze as he threw the voluptuous woman in his embrace onto a glass table. You're my good brother. How is it not possible? Come, let us have fun with this woman together. Diya's eyes lit up in a similar obscene manner, and took off his pants immediately. Then I shall help myself. Right at this time, a military office suddenly charged in as he spoke in an urgent matter. Commander! I have something urgent to report. Zhu Lei had just taken off his trousers, and his rod was sticking out in excitement, and when he saw the officer bursting into the room, his expression turned to one of fury as he scolded loudly. Get the fuck out! Lu Xiong, do you still want your position or not? The officer's face turned a shade of green then white when he was reprimanded. He felt his anger rising, and he clenched his fists tightly, eyeing the obscene scene in front of him, before he lowered his head and replied, Yes. Come, let's continue. Zhu Lei then laughed and grabbed hold of the woman before penetrating her. On the other side, Diya chuckled perversely and grabbed her head. Lu Xiong stomped back towards his office as he cursed. Zhu Lei, you fucking bastard! You're still playing with women at this time? You'll definitely be buried. The Vice-Captain Zhou Zixian came up to Lu Xiong's side and asked, Old Lu, what did Commander say? Lu Xiong's face was still steely as he replied coldly, He told me to fuck right off. Zhou Zixian's face turned pale. What the fuck is wrong with him? Zhang Shuiwang is attacking right now. If we don't prepare, how can we hold the fort? Lu Xiong mulled silently before starting at Zhou Zixian. Old Zhou? Zhu Lei is just a bastard. I've decided to pull the troops out. Are you coming with me? When Zhou Zixian heard that, his eyes went wide and stammered with disbelief. Old Lu, that's treason. Traitorous. Men of military viewed orders with paramount importance. Such a doctrine was ingrained in every single one of them. Lu Xiong's troops were also of the border troops in the past. Hence, although Zhu Lei was a lecherous and despotic person who got in with family relations, he was still the commander placed in charge of them, and Lu Xiong and the rest had no choice but to obey his orders, even though they did not approve of him. Lu Xiong's current suggestion to pull his troops away, it was proof that things had changed, and this caused Zhou Zixian to be at a loss. Lu Xiong's face was one of disgust. If I have to continue slogging for that kind of person, I'd rather turn against him. As long as one was still upright and humane, they would be unwilling to work for an obscene and rude leader. Lu Xiong had closed one eye to Zhu Lei's behavior because the country and military were behind him in the past. Now that the military was fractured, and the country on the brink of collapse, the unhappiness with Zhu Lei had been building up inside Lu Xiong's heart, and had burst out. Zhou Zixian seemed to ponder for a while silently, before his eyes flashed with a similar glint of resolution. Fine. I'll come with you. That's great. Lu Xiong's face expressed his joy. Zhou Zixian then continued asking, What shall we do with Chen Jingwei? Lu Xiong's eyes glinted with a ferocity. Since we're about to fall out with Zhu Lei, let's just do away with him. That Chen Jingwei was a pawn sent by Zhu Lei to watch over Lu Xiong and the rest, and both sides did not get along well. Right at this time, Chen Jingwei came striding into the camp. Seeing Xiong Lei, his expression became extremely ugly. Lu Xiong, why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to hurry and take some troops to stop Zhang Shuiwang? Lu Xiong and Zhou Zixian exchanged a look as they stepped forwards. Chen Jingwei, I have something to say to you. What? It can wait. The priority now is to mobilize the troops to defend against Zhang Shuiwang's assault. Before his words were even finished, Xiong Lei grabbed Chen Jingwei's head and twisted viciously. With a "Gotcha," Chen Jingwei slumped to ground with disbelief on his lifeless face. Let's go! After killing Chen Jingwei, Lu Xiong and Zhou Zixian quickly mobilized their own troops before escaping from the camp. Lu Xiong and his troops had left the camp not long, when the situation became a whole lot worse. Hong! 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 In almost an instant, countless artillery rounds blanketed the camp of Zhu Lei, and under the bombardment, countless houses were instantly destroyed, and a number of armored vehicles also became scrap metal as they combusted and exploded in balls of fire. One particular round ended up beside the residence of Zhu Lei, and with an explosive sound, it decimated a building, causing the soldiers within it to be buried alive. At the blast area, a dust cloud rose up and blanketed the area, with the debris falling around. The scene looked like the aftermath of an earthquake. Those naked women that had been treated as trophies within the room of Zhu Lei were currently screaming and could not care about Zhu Lei's threats, as they ran from the room. What's going on? What is the meaning of this artillery fire? Zhu Lei had also been frightened by the sudden blasts. Without even wearing his pants, he ran out naked, his face pale as he looked around for the source of the problem. When Dia heard that explosive artillery, he had kicked the woman kneeling in front of him away as he ran to the window. Shit! What's going on? At almost the same time when Zhu Lei and Dia were both shocked and trying to find out what was happening, 2 artillery rounds landed on this particular building, causing an earth-shaking blast, and the entire building was destroyed. Everyone within it were blasted to pieces. Even Dia, who was a level 48 evolver, had his body blasted apart, without a chance to resist. Attack! We're under attack! Facing the sudden bombardment of heavy rounds, all the soldiers rushed out from their various buildings within the camp, of which there were over 300 enhancers. These 300-plus enhancers were the subordinates that Dia had brought over and offered to Zhu Lei's forces. Zhu Lei had relied on these soldiers to kill a number of mutant beasts and zombies. Hong! 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 5 rounds landed consecutively amidst the gathering of those enhancers, and an entire patch of them were instantly blasted into pieces. Amongst them, there were even 2 other evolvers that were directly bombed to death. Help! I don't want to die. Run! Run! Facing the constant bombardment of artillery rounds, those originally proud and arrogant experts totally collapsed. Under the might of the heavy firepower, they suddenly felt the weakness of their pitiful existences. However, regardless of how quick they were to discover the true threat of those heavy rounds, the blast area of each round was too large. Furthermore, there were consecutive shots being fired, which caused even the faster agility-based evolvers to have trouble evading. Those enhancers were ordinary folks before the apocalypse, and the training they received was too little. Most of the time, they only had to face the dumb zombies, or battle against the mutant beasts, but never against other humans with modern weaponry. As Zhu Lei, the highest commanding officer, had been blasted to pieces, other than a few platoon commanders that gathered their forces to try and resist, the rest of the division had totally collapsed, escaping to various directions. Hu Yi had led a number of soldiers to surround the troops of Zhu Lei, and those scattered enhancers were all apprehended and placed inside the captive battalion. Yu Zhong went into the command center and observed the plight of Zhu Lei's troops, before turning to Zhang Shui Wang standing beside him and ordered, "All right. Time to go persuade them to surrender." Zhang Shui Wang himself was watching the state of the camp, and his heart was conflicted. Not long ago these were fellow comrades. Now, his own artillery had caused such carnage, and it caused him to be unsettled. However, Zhang Shui Wang's life was in Yu Zhong's control, thus, he had no choice, and did not hesitate as he ordered a subordinate officer beside him, "Go send someone to talk to them." One officer held up a loud hailer and blasted his voice across to the entire camp. "The people inside, listen up! Zhu Lei had been involved in a plot to assassinate our regiment commander Du Shanxiong. He's considered a traitor to the country and the people. You had better surrender now, so that we can let you off with your lives. Otherwise we will not show any mercy, and as long as we see any resistance, we will execute you on the spot." By now, there were over 200 soldiers still standing guard inside Zhu Lei's camp. They had not collapsed like the enhancers when they were faced with the artillery attack. With Zhu Lei's death, the remaining troops did possess some combat strength, but without a target or fighting will, they all came out subdued and surrendered as Yu Zhong's captives. After thoroughly eradicating Zhu Lei's troops and absorbing the captives, Yu Zhong did not pause and immediately ordered, "Continue! Attack Ma Fong's camp now." Under Yu Zhong's orders, Zhang Shui Wang's 1st Battalion began their advance towards Ma Fong's camp. Within Ma Fong's base, Ma Fong, who was decked in military wear, swung a cup onto the ground with full force, shattering it as he bellowed out in rage, "Fuck! Why is that bastard Zhu Lei so weak? He couldn't even hold out for an hour. Fuck! Zhang Shui Wang is also a bastard. He actually submitted to Yu Zhong. Damn it! Damn it! Fuel Wuk!" An intelligence soldier immediately came up. "Commander? Be appeased. We can go and join forces with Qin Yu, Murong He and Wang He. With the four of us, Zhang Shui Wang and Yu Zhong are definitely not our match." Chapter 433 Continuous Submissions. Chapter 433 Continuous Submissions. Ma Fong's eyes lit up. "Great idea! You, go and find them now. Go speak to them about an alliance." The intelligence officer immediately acknowledged and left. The moment that intelligence officer left, a voice through a loudspeaker came resounding throughout the camp. "To the people inside, listen up. Ma Fong was involved in the plot to assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong. He's now termed a traitor of the country and people. You guys had better surrender now, and you'll be left with your life. Otherwise, we won't show you mercy, can only treat you as accomplices to revolt and will execute you on the spot." Ma Fong's face instantly fell as he cursed out loud, "Zhang Shui Wang, that bastard! Since when did I take part in any plot to assassinate Regiment Commander Du? We'll fight to the death. Convey my orders. Everyone is to defend their post, not a single one is allowed to retreat. We will trade soldiers with them, and definitely not give in." Hearing the loud hailer, numerous soldiers within Ma Fong's camp started to be doubtful. The commander of the infantry unit dependent on Ma Fong immediately ran, and those soldiers who had just been training for 1 or 2 months under him also collapsed, escaping in all directions. With Du Shanxiong's death, the hearts of the ordinary military men faltered. That was why there was a fracture into 6 divisions. Furthermore, there was unrest within the hearts of the soldiers, and now Yu Zhong had claimed loudly that he was carrying out judgment on those actually guilty of the death of Du Shanxiong. This immediately led to a breakdown in the troops under Ma Fong, as they sought to escape. A leader in these times was extremely important. The moment he was dead, the troops would collapse and follow suit. If Yu Zhong died, all his establishments would immediately be torn down, and everyone would split. Regardless of his women or Qi Yang, no one would be able to hold on to his legacy. Likewise, as the commander of the entire Guilin city's military, with the death of Du Shan-xiong, countless ambitious people sprouted up, and caused the lower-ranked soldiers to be uneasy. At this time, a particular intelligence officer suddenly ran in urgently and called out, "Commander, not good! Commander Zhu has just escaped. The entire 11th Infantry Battalion has just collapsed." Ma Fong was in disbelief as his expression turned ugly. "What? Zhu Jihuaran?" Another intelligence officer came running in. Commander, Osi Zhang has just brought his company and left." Ma Fong was livid yet pale at the same time as he stammered. "What? Zhang Mingtao also ran?" Zhang Mingtao was an exemplary officer who had shown even before the apocalypse. During the purge of the zombies, his performance was valiant and courageous. The fact that such a military officer had taken his troops and ran was a huge blow and reflection on their current situation. Right at this time, a huge explosion resounded, as an artillery round landed on a nearby military building, causing the building Ma Fong was in to be affected by the blast radius as well. Ma Fong was thoroughly frightened by that huge impact as he muttered, "Damn it! They're firing already. They're using heavy artillery. Shit. I need to leave. I need to leave right now. As long as the mountain remains, there won't be a lack of firewood. If I'm dead, nothing else matters." Ma Fong had been integral in the commanding of the troops when fighting against the zombies, but he had remained in the safety behind his troops, and while he possessed the experience, it was with regards to command. Now that he felt the impact of the artillery firsthand, it frightened him greatly. "Cover my retreat." Without any hesitation, Ma Fong immediately gathered a few of his trusted aides as he tried to escape. "Commander, you can't leave now. If you leave, there will be no one to lead the troops here." One of the intelligence officers rushed up and tried to stop Ma Fong. Hong! Another huge explosion rocked the earth, as an artillery round blasted another nearby building into oblivion, causing a huge dust cloud to rise and the ground to shake. The entire building that Ma Fong was in also started to shake, as dust began to fall and the building threatened to collapse. "Fuck off!" Ma Fong became infuriated, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at that officer before cocking the trigger. Pung! A gunshot rang out. A bullet hole appeared in between the brows of the intelligence officer, and his face was still in disbelief as his body slumped to the floor lifelessly. Seeing that, no one else dared to stop Ma Fong, and they watched helplessly as Ma Fong left. The remaining officers inside the room exchanged looks, before dropping everything and fleeing as well. Ma Fong escaped. Commander Ma abandoned us and ran. The message was passed swiftly amongst the soldiers, and the order of the soldiers promptly collapsed, as they tried to run in various directions, or making their way towards Yu Zhong's troops to surrender. Yu Zhong watched the collapse of Ma Fong's troops, and heaved a huge sigh of relief. If Ma Fong had insisted on defending the post with his soldiers, it would have been a lot tougher to conquer the base. The price to pay would not have been small either. Yu Zhong passed an order. Next target, Wang He's 2nd Battalion. Yu Zhong intended to subdue the fractured divisions of the military before they had a chance to regroup and form an alliance. If the military came together again, and allied with each other, Yu Zhong would be hard-pressed to subdue them. Wang He had numerous experts, but in exchange, the number of people under him who knew how to operate modern weaponry were lesser. In an exchange of firepower, their combat strength was weaker, and definitely was not a match for Zhang Shuiwang's armored division. Even if they had assassins or top experts, Yu Zhong could deal with them himself. With Yu Zhong's orders, the troops adjusted their target after subduing 2 major battalions, and made for the 2nd Battalion. Leader, Wang He requests an audience. Just as Yu Zhong and his troops were halfway to their destination, a soldier came running up to Yu Zhong and reported. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened up and ordered, "Bring him in." Not long after, a 1.7 tall man of about 38 with a body full of muscles and vigor came walking towards Yu Zhong, his eyes holding a penetrating gaze. Wang He looked Yu Zhong up and down before saying slowly, "Hello. I'm Wang He. May I ask if you're Yu Zhong?" Yu Zhong pointed to a sofa opposite him, indicating for Wang He to take a seat as he smiled and said, "That's right. How do you do, Commander Wang?" Wang He sat down as invited by Yu Zhong. Mu Xiangling came up with 2 cups of red tea, and served them to Yu Zhong and Wang He, before taking a seat beside Yu Zhong. Wang He sipped the cup of red tea, and immediately spoke openly. "This time, I've come alone, to represent the brothers of the 2nd Battalion to submit to Leader Yu Zhong. We hope that Leader Yu Zhong will accept us." Zhang Shui Wang's armored division was simply too tyrannical. With their tanks, cannons, assault helicopters, they were enough to annihilate the 2nd Battalion totally. Wang He did not wish for any of his brothers to be killed so pathetically, hence he made the decision to surrender with his troops. Wang He was also extremely clear: surrendering voluntarily and being forced to submit were 2 different treatments. If Yu Zhong did not treat those who surrendered kindly, in the future, no one would be willing to submit to him. Yu Zhong chuckled at Wang He. "Fine. From now on, you're my subordinate. How about being a lieutenant-ranked platoon commander? Your brothers will still be yours to command." Wang He immediately saluted Yu Zhong. "Many thanks, leader. I'm willing to die for leader." Yu Zhong smiled slightly and waved his hands. Wang He then sat down. Wang He took another sip of tea, mulling silently before suddenly asking, "Yu Zhong, if I hadn't come, how would you have dealt with us?" Yu Zhong chuckled indifferently and did not mask his words. "I would have labeled you guys as traitors, then made use of the cannons and tanks to wipe everything out." Wang He laughed bitterly. Even in death, they would have been termed as traitors. It showed how vicious Yu Zhong was. Yu Zhong then commanded, "Wang He, immediately go and get your troops to merge with mine. Our next target is Murong He's camp." Wang He saluted and stood up to leave. "Yes, leader. I will not disappoint you." "Guji, why didn't you reorganize his troops?" Mu Xiangling, who had been sitting quietly like a doll along, suddenly piped with curiosity. Yu Zhong pinched her cheeks slightly and laughed. He had come of his own initiative to surrender. "It's not that I can't dissolve his troops and reorganize them, but now's not the time. I still need their strength. It isn't the time to be reorganizing any of the troops now." "Oh!" Mu Xiangling nodded with understanding as she glanced at Yu Zhong. Wang He quickly brought the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion and joined Yu Zhong, and the huge troop continued onwards towards Murong He's base. By this time, the total number of soldiers that Yu Zhong had completely outnumbered those from Murong He and Chen Yu's side. However, Chen Yu was dedicated and had won the loyalty of his men, while the men under his control weren't as well equipped as Zhang Shui Wang's. It was still decent. Hence, Yu Zhong decided to go for Murong He first. Just as Yu Zhong's army was about to depart, a subordinate suddenly came up to him. "Leader, Murong He and Chen Yu's envoy are here to request an audience." A joyous glint flashed in Yu Zhong's eyes, yet he maintained his composure, saying, "Let them in." Under the guidance of a soldier, 2 men walked into the mobile command post that Yu Zhong was in. Murong He was an ordinary-looking man, except that his nose was slightly red. The moment he saw Yu Zhong, he said, "Murong He brings the men of the 6th Battalion to submit to Leader Yu Zhong, and hopes that Leader Yu accepts us." Yu Zhong asked, "Good. What are your conditions?" Being able to conquer an entire troop of elites without using any weapons, Yu Zhong was naturally elated. Murong He replied craftily, "We leave it all to Leader." Murong He naturally had numerous conditions in his heart, but at this time, not mentioning any would be best. Yu Zhong would definitely not mistreat those who submitted to him willingly. Chapter 434 Gaining Gilan City. Chapter 434 Gaining Gilan City. Book 3 The South. Yu Zhong immediately saw through Murong He's meaning and said, "Good! Then I shall first confer upon you the rank of a lieutenant, is that fine? Your brothers will still be yours to command." Murong He's expression was one of joy. "Thank you, leader. I'm willing to die for leader." Yu Zhong then turned to the envoy sent by Chen Yu, saying, "What did Chen Yu sent you for?" The envoy immediately replied, "My name is Luo Yang He. Leader Yu Zhong, as long as you promise us some conditions, we from the 4th Battalion are willing to submit to your command." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with an icy glint, yet his expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Fine. Speak." Luo Yang He spewed out the 3 conditions at one go. First, you can't dissolve our team. Second, the affairs of the 4th Battalion would be handled by ourselves. Third, we want to have the right to decline any orders that go against the interest of the people of Gilan City or betray the country. Yu Zhong's eyes shone with a strange light as he replied, "Sure. Not a problem. You have my word." Chen Yu wasn't willing to hand his subordinates over, and wanted to retain his own faction, which was the same as listening but not necessarily obeying. When Luo Yang He heard Yu Zhong's agreement, he heaved a sigh of relief and saluted, "Thank you, leader." Wang He and Murong He looked at Luo Yang He with pity in their eyes. The moment Yu Zhong gained control of Gilan City, as long as he employed some methods, he could make the soldiers of the 4th Battalion suffer. If Chen Yu could not even see past this, his governance was really too weak. Yu Zhong observed the surroundings before solemnly declaring, "Now our next move will be to annihilate Li Jiuming for orchestrating this chaos in Gilan City. Who's willing to be the vanguard?" "I'm willing." Wang He and Murong He replied loudly. Wang He and Murong He had just thrown in their lot with Yu Zhong, and were anxious to prove themselves. Yu Zhong looked to Wang He and Murong He as he grinned slightly. "Then I shall leave it to Commander Wang and Commander Murong." "Yes, leader." Upon receiving Yu Zhong's order, Wang He and Murong He immediately led their respective troops as they advanced towards the center of the city. In just a few moments, numerous armored vehicles arrived in the middle of Gilan City, followed by a vehicle that was broadcasting a voice. Li Jiuming had plotted to assassinate Regiment Commander Du Shanxiong, and had betrayed the country and her people. He's now recognized as a dangerous traitor. All those who had heard this broadcast, immediately abandon your weapons and submit to us. Otherwise, you'll be labeled as a traitor in cahoots with Li Jiuming, and we will execute without mercy. That's the military. So Regiment Commander Du was really assassinated by Mayor Li. Damn it. We were tricked. Seeing those military armored vehicles rolling into the middle of town, all those police forces, special forces and armed forces that had been following Li Jiuming blindly, and chasing Chen Ying began to fall apart, as many of them put down their weapons, and began to submit to the army. The moment Li Jiuming's faction began to collapse, only a few trusted aides remained by his side. The fact that Li Jiuming had such a number of experts by his side was because he was the mayor of Nanning City previously. Without his title, he's nobody. Hence, the moment the army had declared him as a traitor, he had lost his position as the mayor of Nanning City, and the forces under him would naturally not listen to him. Li Jiuming saw his troops abandoning their posts and weapons, surrendering to the army, and his face turned ashen as he cried out pathetically, "Damn it! Why did you guys betray me? Why? I'm the mayor of Nanning City. I'm the mayor!" One of the trusted aides pulled on Li Jiuming frantically as they tried to get him to leave. "Mayor, it's time to leave. Otherwise, they're gonna arrest you." Li Jiuming had been in Gilan City for so long, and naturally had a small team of loyal supporters, as they held up the nearly insane Li Jiuming and made a run for it. All of a sudden, two silhouettes flashed by, as two experts decked in military uniform blocked the path. One of the experts stared fixedly at Li Jiuming as he laughed out loud. "Isn't this Mayor Li Jiuming? Haha, we've caught a huge fish." Seeing the appearance of those two military experts, everyone present felt a chill in their spines. "Go to hell!" The loyal subordinate beside Li Jiuming suddenly pulled out a gun and fired 2 shots at the 2 military experts. Li Jiuming's subordinate had just moved, when the 2 experts also moved at the same time. Die! The military expert who had laughed unleashed a speed that was frightening, and the distance of more than 10 m was instantly closed up in a second. The long blade in his hands turned into a flash of blade light that slashed in the midst of the subordinates of Li Jiuming, slicing them into multiple parts, and fresh blood exploded out in every which direction, dyeing the ground. Li Jiuming was stunned silly by the cruel scene unfolding in front of him, as he trembled uncontrollably, screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything! Please let me go!" The military expert placed the long blade beside Li Jiuming's neck, as he turned to face the other expert and asked, "Can I kill him?" The other expert replied indifferently, "The orders were, dead or alive. It's up to you." The military expert's eyes flashed with a vicious glint as he swung with force, instantly decapitating Li Jiuming, while saying, "Then, let's just kill him. Such a disgusting politician, I hate these types the most." Li Jiuming's head rolled onto the floor, his eyes set forever with a look of disbelief and helplessness. The military expert who had executed Li Jiuming then asked his comrade, "Say, why do you think Commander led us to submit to you, Zhong? Based on our strength, we can totally control Guilin City." The other cool military expert replied coldly, "No matter how strong you are, a single heavy firepower round is enough to send you to heaven. Commander's foresight is more than what we can imagine. Let's go." After which, he turned around and left quickly. "Wait for me!" The military expert who had executed Li Jiuming called out and chased after him. Inside the small alley, there was only the corpses of Li Jiuming and his trusted aides strewn about, with blood splattered everywhere. It was truly a cruel scene. Not long after the 2 military experts had left, a figure stepped out from the shadows in the alley, and it was precisely Green Bamboo Triad's chief Gao Ming Hao. Gao Ming Hao eyed the corpse of Li Jiuming and lightly sighed, "What a pity!" At the next moment, Gao Ming Hao's eyes seemed to be ablaze with a ferocity. "You Zhong, it's your win this time. Next time, I will definitely overcome you." The moment the words left his mouth, Gao Ming Hao turned around and his figure disappeared. With the army occupying the center of Guilin City, and Li Jiuming's faction collapsing, Gao Ming Hao directly brought the remnant members of the Green Bamboo Triad and fled Guilin City. With the suppression from the military, the troublemakers within the city were subdued quickly, and the entire city regained its former peace. However, because of the assassination of Du Shanxiong, the resulting chaos had cost the lives of over 2,000 people. While Guilin City did regain its peace, there was still an unsolved issue, which was the faction led by Chen Ying within the city. This was a faction that was made up of the police, armed forces as well as special forces, together with the various experts working for the government. While their total combined power was not a match for any of the military divisions, it was still a decent force not to be underestimated. Within the meeting hall of Guilin City, seated at a long conference table, on one side was Yu Zhong and his numerous subordinates, on the other, was Chen Ying and the other government officials. Yu Zhong eyed the various upper echelons of the government and used a domineering tone to speak. "I'm Yu Zhong. I'm currently the commander of the military. I hope that you guys can hand over all your weapons and accept my reorganization. In exchange, I'll protect your personal property." By now, the forces in Yu Zhong's control was more than enough to deter any resistance, and this was why he decided to be direct and forceful as he ordered the government. When his words came out, all the officials were instantly agitated. No one was willing to give up their power, and they turned their gazes to Chen Ying. Chen Ying mulled for a while before replying slowly, "Fine. We can hand over all weapons. We'll accept your reorganization as well. However, you must promise to protect our personal property and families as well as the stability of Guilin City." Yu Zhong nodded when he heard that. "Sure." At this time, a middle-aged man stood up in the hall and berated Yu Zhong. "Wait a moment. I refuse. This is Guilin City. Not yours, Yu Zhong's Guilin City. What right do you have to demand us to surrender and accept your reshuffling?" Yu Zhong frowned, and a military expert immediately stepped forward to grab the man by his neck and twisted forcefully. With a kacha sound, the man died instantly with his neck turned backwards, his eyes wide with shock. Witnessing this, the various officials broke out in cold sweat. Yu Zhong surveyed his surroundings and asked coolly, "Is there anyone else?" No one else dared to voice their 2 cents. After Chen Ying had handed over all the forces, Yu Zhong allowed the officials to take away their personal belongings, while staying in Guilin City to live as rich men. From the second day on, Yu Zhong began reorganizing his troops on a huge scale. The original armored division, or 1st Battalion led by Zhang Shuiwang, was turned into Yu Zhong's direct battalion, with Hu Yi as the vice-commander. He inserted a number of the experts that he brought from Tianxin district. Larman's foreign forces troops were also integrated into the 1st Battalion. Yu Zhong then assigned the captive troops from Zhu Lei and Ma Fang, the experts from the Heaven Union as well as the various members of the Green Stone Triad into the 2nd Battalion, with Zheng Minghe as the commander. The 3rd Battalion comprised of other members of the Green Stone Triad, as well as the experts from Zhu Lei and Ma Fang's troops, with Ying Kaishan as the commander. Yu Zhong then set the elite experts of the Heaven Union, Zhang Shuiwang's troops, as well as the various elites from the other troops into the 4th Battalion, a special forces troop, with Bai Shaoxing as the commander. The 5th Battalion was made up of Chai Zitsong and his troops, the 6th Battalion was Wang He and his troops, the 7th Battalion was Murong He and his troops, and the 8th Battalion was made up of the armed forces, special forces as well as other experts that had surrendered during the Civil War. The commander was Chen Xinggang. The 9th Battalion was made up of the new recruits that had been trained under Zhang Shuiwang previously, and finally the 17th Battalion, made up of Chen Yu and his troops that might listen, but not entirely dependent on Yu Zhong. Other than all those, there were 4 other battalions made up of new soldiers preparing to be trained. After a round of reorganizing, Yu Zhong could be said to have established control over the entire force. Other than the 17th Battalion led by Chen Yu, the rest could be deployed by Yu Zhong as and when he wished. In fact, the 17th Battalion was likewise the same, however. He decided to abide by his agreement and did not take away the commanding rights from Chen Yu. After the cleanup, Yu Zhong's military size had now reached 10,000 people, and they could be said to be decent soldiers that were trained in modern warfare from before the apocalypse as well as experts that had become stronger through enhancements. Their combat strength was not ordinary, and regardless of mutant beasts, zombies or other human enemies, they would prove to be a threat. Guilin City's inhabitants were numerous, hence there were more evolvers on the whole as well. After reorganizing the troops, Yu Zhong could be said to have truly established a force with numerous experts, with the ability to activate over 20 evolvers as and when he wished. After settling the issues of the military, Yu Zhong commanded the whole troop to undergo training, as he began to establish a government. With regards to the government, Yu Zhong directly brought back Chen Ying, whom he had stripped of all authority to act as the governor. With regards to Chen Ying, Yu Zhong actually appreciated his values and way of handling matters, especially his children, who knew not to toe the line, unlike other despotic second-generation ne'er-do-wells. Furthermore, Chen Ying's governance was solid, and although Yu Zhong was growing in terms of governing, compared to Chen Ying, who was an old-timer, he was still lacking. With the help of Chen Ying, the cabinet of the government was quickly established. After a few days, Guilin City not only regained its stability and peace, but even showed signs of prospering. Furthermore, Yu Zhong made use of the time to send people to transport the countless mutant beasts' corpses back to Guilin City, as it was the winter season, and the weather was much colder and harsher than normal. An entire day would feel like the inside of an industrial refrigerator, and those mutant beast corpses had not shown signs of decay yet. The moment the corpses were brought back to Guilin City, under Chen Ying's supervision, countless mutant beast processing plants popped up, and began to prepare the corpses into materials as well as food sources. Even the hair was used for various means. Gaining such a wealth of resources, the entire Guilin City could partake in this huge benefit. Many found jobs and gained more food as a result. Yu Zhong also gained more mutant beasts' hide as well as other usable melee weapons made from the carcasses of the mutant beasts. It was truly a win-win situation. Chapter 435. Chapter 435. Yu Xian's First Night. Chapter 0435. Chapter 435. Yu Xian's First Night. Book 3, The South. In the evening, Yu Zhong held up the blood essence of the Type 3 mutant beast and looked at it, as he was submerged in his thoughts. That Type 3 mutant beast's blood essence was an important ingredient in the manufacturing of the O-Ming version 1. With a single blood essence, adding on some other ingredients, it could produce 20 vials of O-Ming version 1. All Yu Zhong had to do was to pick out 20 of his experts that were above level 30, and he would have 20 experts with a second-order skill each. However, it was precious and valuable to Yu Zhong as well, due to its potential in strengthening himself. This fact made him hesitate. Yu Zhong considered for quite a while, before his eyes flashed with decisiveness and swallowed the blood essence into his stomach. Forget it! Raising my own strength is the priority now. There are so many experts under the sun. If my strength is insufficient, the moment I die, everything will be for naught. The fact that Yu Zhong had reached where he was now was largely due to his own strength. If he wasn't tyrannical enough, he wouldn't have made it to this point. After all, he had been an ordinary person prior to the apocalypse, unlike Du Shanxiong, who was a regiment commander. Without strength, it would be hard for others to acknowledge him. When the blood essence entered Yu Zhong's abdomen, it turned into a hot source of energy that spread across his entire body, enhancing every cell continuously. At the same time, there was a faint pink gas within that blood essence that wafted within his body, causing his temperature to rise rapidly. Upon swallowing that Type 3 mutant beast's blood essence, Yu Zhong had immediately come to an understanding, as he pressed a button by his bed. As expected, there's an aphrodisiac poison within. Soon after, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Ning Yu Xian appeared, dressed in a light nightgown. She saw Yu Zhong laying down on the bed, as his body seemed to be heating up, and immediately rushed over and asked in concern, "Yu Zhong, what's wrong?" Yu Zhong raised his head, his eyes suddenly flashing with the ferocity of a beast, as he stared fixedly at Ning Yu Xian. He discovered that the snow-white skin, coupled with her voluptuous figure, that pair of full breasts that might not be considered explosive, but still a stunning C-cup, in addition to her exquisite looks and that slight air of haughtiness, all combined into a single beautiful sight. Yu Zhong had felt that Ning Yu Xian was truly a beauty out of the ordinary when he saw her normally, but now that his heart was set aflame by the aphrodisiac poison, he felt that the her currently standing in front of him was like an angel that had descended from the heavens. Yu Zhong's body flashed forwards, embracing Ning Yu Xian in his arms, and then pushing her under him like a wild beast. Ning Yuxian, being pressed under Yu Zhong, seeing his ragged breath and rising body temperature, and started to get frightened. Yu Zhong, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? On the battlefield, regardless of the amount of damage and injuries he suffered, the bones that he shattered or the limbs that he lost, Yu Zhong had always rebounded back like a devil with a vigor as he stood proud and unyielding. It was the first time that she saw Yu Zhong losing his control like this, and it caused her to be a little anxious. Yu Zhong looked at Ning Yuxian and admired the beauty that could cause most men to go crazy, and tore her clothes off, revealing her stunning, youthful figure. Ning Yuxian was currently flushed red and felt lightheaded, as her heartbeat quickened. Yu Zhong grabbed hold of her slender hands, and suddenly penetrated her. A sharp pain coursed through Ning Yuxian's body, as a blood-red stain appeared on the snow-white sheets, and her sharp eyes were currently brimming with tears, at the same time, betraying an expression of loss. Ning Yuxian had been a hard-working student, with an extremely good upbringing, and was considered a lady. She was not like her young sister Ning Razi that had a weird temper, and had her dreams of having a dashing Prince Charming sweeping her off her feet. Being taken suddenly by Yu Zhong, whose looks was definitely far from the ideal Prince Charming in her mind, this caused her to be at a loss. Although she knew her fate, she couldn't help feeling like that when it finally happened. "Big brother! I'm here!" Right at this time, the door was pushed open, and Mu Xiangling entered the room carefully. She was different from Ning Yuxian, and was prepared since long ago. She knew that she had become Yu Zhong's, and she didn't resist her fate, instead, choosing to get on good terms with Yu Zhong, in order to become indispensable. Hence, she had entered in between the bedsheets with Yu Zhong every night stealthily. Inside Yu Zhong's room, White Bones was standing guard. As long as it did not detect any killing intent, it would not act, keeping still as though it didn't exist. If it felt the tiniest sliver of killing intent, it would instantly shoot out a bone blade to engage the enemy. Mu Xiangling entered the room and immediately saw Yu Zhong and Ning Yuxian embroiled in an intense physical exchange, and she wasn't shy in the slightest. Instead, her face was one of curiosity as she chuckled. "Wah! So intense! Yuxian Jiejie, you're stealing a quick bite, eh? Don't look! Don't look!" Ning Yuxian caught sight of Mu Xiangling, who had suddenly appeared, and her careful upbringing immediately kicked in, as she felt incredibly ashamed, before arching her body in an extremely seductive peak, reaching her climax and slumped to the sheets, exhausted. Mu Xiangling saw that Yu Zhong was not in a right state, and immediately grinned, before tiptoeing out. "Yuxian Jiejie, I shan't disturb you guys tonight. Hee. Ning Yuxian's heart was currently full of embarrassment and shame as she moaned silently. "No, I was seen. How can I face others now?" At this time, Yu Zhong resumed his ravaging of her, causing her to be engulfed in a chaos of emotions and pleasure, leaving her with no room to think. "Congratulations! You have gained +5 in all attributes, and an additional increase of 10 points in strength." As Yu Zhong hugged Ning Yuxian tightly and was about to fall asleep, the notification resounded within his mind. The blood essence of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly shocking, instantly giving Yu Zhong an enhancement of 40 points. However, it was the first time using it, hence the effect was much more distinct. After this, if he took any more Type 3 mutant beast blood essence, the effects would be diminished. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong woke up groggily, and saw the ravishing Ning Yuxian lying next to him. He immediately thought to the previous night and his actions, and felt his head hurting. At that time, he had been inflamed with desire, but he didn't lose his consciousness nor memories, and he could remember every single detail of what he did very clearly. Yu Zhong admired her delicate face and bent down to kiss her forehead. No matter what, this beauty had already become his, and he would not let go. The moment Yu Zhong kissed, the spot he touched flushed slightly red, before her entire face turned red as well, and her body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Yuzhong knew at once that this alluring woman was already awake, but she was so shy that she did not dare to open her eyes. Yuzhong looked at the trembling Ningyu Xian and felt mischievous, lightly licking her neck and bit her collarbone gently before chuckling. "So damn fine! Shall we have one more round?" "Woo!" Ningyu Xian immediately moaned out like a frightened kitten, and shot upwards, grabbing the blanket and wrapping that gorgeous body of hers, curling into a ball and begged Yuzhong, "Yue Gij, not now!" Right at this time, Mu Xiangling bounded through the door, dressed neatly as she revealed a vibrant smile and said, "Oh, good morning, big brother." Mu Xiangling wore that innocent smile as she bounded up on the bed and grabbed Yuzhong's arm as she teased. "Hee hee? Are you guys playing a game? I want to join in." Yuzhong ruffled Mu Xiangling's head and threatened, "Go eat your breakfast. Otherwise, I'll spank your bottom." Mu Xiangling's eyes scrunched up as she shot them a meaningful smile. "I got it. Big brother, better have some fun with you Xianjie. Hee hee." Ningyu Xian saw that smile of Mu Xiangling and thought back to last night, and her face immediately flushed red with embarrassment again. After washing up, Yuzhong brought Ningyu Xian to the dining hall. At the table, Yuzhong, Ningyu Xian, Xian Jiaro and Mu Xiangling sat down to dine. There were 8 beautiful maids standing in 2 rows on either side of the table, waiting on them. These 8 maids were offered by the various factions after Yuzhong had eradicated the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad. Yuzhong had not stood on ceremony, as he immediately accepted them and assigned them tasks. After all, having beautiful girls working within the house was like having beautiful decor. On the table, each of them had a piece of Type 3 mutant beast meat, a piece of sausage as well as a cup of milk. Yuzhong took up his chopsticks and picked up the Type 3 mutant beast meat and placed it in his mouth. As he chewed, an amazing flavor burst forth within his mouth, and the energy inside flowed out, filling him up. The meat of the Type 3 mutant beast brought about lots of benefits, with ordinary folks gaining at least 1 or 2 points of enhancement after consuming it. Although it was not effective for Yuzhong, it could replenish his energy. Mu Xiangling finished up her Type 3 mutant beast meat, when suddenly, she started to become feverish, as her eyes went out of focus, and she slumped to the table. *1. Another white bed ruined by red blood. Chapter 436. Strange Movements in Europe. Chapter 436. Strange Movements in Europe. Book 3, The South. Xian Jiaro, who was seated beside Mu Xiangling, saw this. She immediately went to prop her up as she asked worriedly, "Xiangling? Xiangling? What's the matter?" "This is natural evolution." Yuzhong's eyes flashed with wonder as he reached out to feel her forehead, noticing that her temperature was feverish. He had felt shocked and immediately came to that conclusion. Such a natural evolution had occurred once in front of Yuzhong, which was Zhuo Yitong's evolution. At that time, Zhuo Yitong had awoken in front of Yuzhong, causing the him who was not yet an evolver to be filled with envy. Xian Jiaro looked at Yuzhong with a face of worry as she asked, "Master, is Xiangling all right?" Yuzhong consoled her, "Don't worry. I'll get a doctor to look at her." By now, Yuzhong was in control over the entire Gilan city. Getting a doctor wasn't a problem. Very quickly, a few doctors were summoned to their place, and as they took a look at the feverish and unconscious Mu Xiangling, they could only prescribe medicine to help control the fever. As Yuzhong was busy taking care of Mu Xiangling, on the other side of the globe, within a luxurious mansion in Berlin, Europe, a few Aryan men were seated around a table engaged in discussion. One of them was dressed in a neat suit, and he had a hook nose as well as eagle-like gaze, his face chiseled, and his golden hair slicked back. He had a scepter in his hands, and as he sat there at the sofa, he was emitting an intense aura. Just by sitting there quietly, it felt like the entire room belonged to him. If any ordinary person were to sit beside him, they would be pressured by that aura, to the point that they would not dare speak. The scepter-wielding man spoke out solemnly. The judgment corps at the Guangxi area of China had failed. They have instead just recently established a new form of authority, whose leader seems to be called Yuzhong, and he's Chinese. I would like to hear your opinions? A burly and muscular man, with blonde hair and blue eyes and a handsome look, stood up as he spoke in a ringing voice. Those damn retarded Chinese that grew whips behind their heads dare to go against us Aryans? They truly deserve death. We should just set fire to their entire place and burn them all to the ground. Esteemed Apostle, do grant me, Andrew, the permission to head to Guangxi, and I will definitely bring my men to take care of them. We will seek redress for our fallen comrades. Glory to the great Aryan race. The scepter-wielding man with blonde hair was the fifth apostle of the 12 apostles in the kingdom of God, Halleck. He was one who held considerable power and authority within the kingdom of God as well. Halleck looked at Andrew as he spoke severely. Andrew, your intentions and resolve are good. However, those yellow-skinned monkeys are no longer those buffoons with plaited hair. Although they're a lowly and despicable race, we cannot help but acknowledge their combat strength is truly astonishing. Even the United States in the Korean War were forced to sign a humiliating treaty. If we are to restore the master race's glory throughout the world, we have to take our enemies seriously. Even if they're an ant, we must use all our force to stamp them out. Andrew lowered his head in shame as he replied, Yes, great apostle sir. The fifth apostle Halleck wasn't just a white supremacist. In fact, he was a huge supporter of the Aryan master race belief. He shared in the extremist views of the propagator and instigator of World War II, Hitler, and in his mind, only the Aryan race were the rightful and elevated race, all other races were lowly in comparison. Hence, Halleck had gathered a number of like-minded fanatics, and they all held the restoration of the Aryans' glory as their single-minded purpose. Nationalism was a double-edged sword. It could cause people to be extremely narrow-minded and stubborn, but at the same time, it could cause like-minded people to gather together. Halleck relied on that nationalistic view to gather his subordinates, and they were all loyal to him, even willing to die for their ideals. One guy in the West Side, who has dressed simply and had a pair of glasses, mulled silently before saying, Apostle, sir. I feel that we should try and rope Yuzhong into our kingdom of God. If he could join us, then we would gain a pawn over at the China region. Furthermore, if he becomes one of us, we can become stronger as well. Andrew immediately glared at that middle-aged man in glasses and roared, Porter, what are you talking about? How can we let those lowly yellow-skinned monkeys into our kingdom of God? Are you crazy? Just breathing the same air as those monkeys makes me sick, and you want them to join us? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Porter replied solemnly, Andrew, even Hitler had formed an alliance with the Japanese during the war. For the sake of restoring glory to our Aryan race, we need to make concessions and compromise when necessary. All of the people gathered in the room were Aryan supremacists, and in their eyes, any other race was lowly. Amongst them, besides other white races, they would look down and refer to the rest with derogatory terms. Halleck turned to another lean man who had been silent all this while, and asked, Ralph, what are your thoughts? Ralph spoke slowly, Apostle, sir. I reckon that in the current world, manpower is strength. The number of people in Gillen City is too high. We should decrease that number. That's my first proposition. Otherwise, when Yuzhong joins our kingdom of God, he would not rely on us entirely. Halleck's pupils narrowed as he asked, What's your recommendation? Ralph laughed. Nguyen Hong of Vietnam in Lang Sun City especially hates the Chinese. He detests their land and people. We just have to instigate the battle between him and Yu Zhong. Porter lifted his glasses and piped in, "Ralph, it's winter now. Furthermore, the weather has been especially harsh across the globe this year. Even Guangxi has been reported to have some crazy winds and hailstorms. With such strange weather, both Wuyan Hong and Yu Zhong would not be so stupid as to deploy their troops to fight." After the apocalypse, the winter had become abnormally cold, and the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a blanket of ice, as all hustle and bustle slowed to a crawl. Other than a selected few, the majority of fighting forces had all but ceased battle. The risk was too huge, as a sudden hailstorm could cause an entire troop to be wiped out. Especially the Europe region, which was snowy to begin with, now that the weather had turned horrid, and snow was everywhere. If it wasn't for the vast resources of the Kingdom of God, where they diverted some to provide warmth for their facilities, a large number of their forces would have perished from the cold. Ralph replied mildly, "I know. But we should still send some instigators first, otherwise when the snow melts, if they don't clash, then there's no point." Hallex eyed Ralph and said solemnly, "Fine. This will be handled by you, Ralph." Ralph immediately bowed in respect. "Yes, Apostle Sir." Yu Zhong was unaware that he was already noticed by his enemies on the European side, as he sat beside Mu Xiangling and kept watch over her. Early the next morning, Mu Xiangling groaned, as she slowly opened her eyes and saw Yu Zhong and Xian Jiao sitting by her side. Yu Zhong asked Mu Xiangling, "How are you? Feeling better?" "Much better. Oh yes, big brother, I'm now already an evolver. I'm a spirit-based evolver, with the level 3 skill telekinesis." Mu Xiangling broke out into an excited smile, as she made a grab in midair, and a vase came flying towards her from afar. Yu Zhong waved his hands, and a set of high-grade equipment appeared on the bed. "Congratulations on becoming an evolver. This set of equipment is your reward." Yu Zhong had executed a number of experts, and these experts had their equipment as well, hence giving a set wasn't a hard thing. It was just that anything of level 4 type equipment or better was harder to obtain. "Thanks, big brother." Mu Xiangliang grabbed the equipment and could almost feel the enhancement she would be gaining. She leapt into Yu Zhong's arms in excitement, kissing his cheeks twice. A set of quality equipment could bring about an earth-shattering change. By now Mu Xiangling was level 11, and wearing that set of equipment could allow her stats to be on par with an ordinary level 30 enhancer. Xian Jiao looked at Mu Xiangling and felt comforted as well. Now both mother and daughter were evolvers, and with such strength, regardless of what happens in the future, at least they will have the strength to protect themselves. Mu Xiangling hugged Yu Zhong's arm as she pleaded, "It's been a boring day. Big brother, bring me out to play." "Fine." Yu Zhong was also itching to go out with Mu Xiangling pestering. Mu Xiangling pounced into his embrace again and kissed his face. "Yay! Big brother is the best." Yu Zhong chuckled and brought Mu Xiangling out. The moment they left the villa, a harsh cold wind blew over, causing Mu Xiangling's face to be flushed red, as she let out a breath, causing a small fog to rise in front of her. There was a huge snowstorm in the previous night, and there was a layer of ice on the ground. Guangxi was generally warm, and even during winter, there would hardly be snow. Guilin City had never seen snow in the past decades. This first winter since the apocalypse had seen a number of snowstorms, and there was even an incredible hailstorm in the past few days, directly freezing over 200 survivors within Guilin City to death. Chapter 437, Falcon Type 114. 5mm Sniper Rifle. Chapter 437, Falcon Type 114. 5mm Sniper Rifle. Book 3, The South. Come, let us hunt and kill mutant beasts. Yu Zhong was in high spirits as he pulled Mu Xiangling, and they came to the Pearl River Bridge. The entire Pearl River ran through Gillen City, and there were numerous aquatic mutant beasts residing within. It was just that, since there were many experts in Gillen City, as Yu Zhong brought Mu Xiangling over, there were already people gathered around. A number of fishing experts were throwing poles into the river as they conducted their fishing. There were also a number of Gillen City experts that stood quietly near the river bank, awaiting the aquatic mutant beasts to come ashore. Compared to the mountain range, the Pearl River wasn't some decent training grounds, because no one knew exactly when the aquatic mutant beasts would swim ashore or fall for the bait. There were too many people in Gillen City, and the number of experts was high as well. Initially, when the aquatic mutant beasts within the river had started hunting, they had gained decent harvests, gobbling up numerous humans. However, as the city grew and developed, more experts appeared on the scene, and it became a reversal, and the river turned into hunting grounds for the humans to fish and train. After an intense period of slaughter, the high-level mutant beasts were all hunted to near extinction, and few dared to come near shore. Pearl River was after all a small river, and not some huge riverbed, hence the amount of mutant beasts it sustained was not high. If it were a huge riverbed, or even a small sea, then the mutant beasts inside would be terrifying. Coming! Coming! All of a sudden, there was activity near the surface of the water, and the ordinary humans immediately fled the scene. At the next moment, a huge water spout gushed to the skies, and a huge mutant black fish popped out from the water, pouncing towards the shore. At this time, 7 experts came rushing over with military blades, as a flurry of blade strikes lashed out on the body of the mutant black fish, directly slashing it into a dozen pieces. Mine! This is my prey. It obviously is mine. What are you snatching for? Don't quarrel. Let's split it evenly. After making short work of the mutant blackfish, the 7 experts began arguing intensely over the rights to the mutant fish. At the end, they agreed to a compromise, and the expert who contributed the most gained the largest portion, and the rest split the remainder equally. Sell me 1 gene of fish meat. I'll buy for 8 gene ration ticket. I want 10 gene of fish meat. I'm willing to pay 80 gene ration ticket. The moment those experts had finished discussing, the ordinary humans came swarming over, raising their tickets in order to purchase the fish meat. Ordinary survivors would usually be unable to feast on the flesh of the mutant black fish, however, evolvers and enhancers could get to enjoy such nourishing food, especially those who were merchants as well. Using the mutant black fish meat as an ingredient, they could prepare some dishes that were worth more money. Mu Xiangling looked at the commotion and spoke with a little concern. So many people! Big brother! There's are so many people here, the competition is bound to be strong. Since hunting strange beasts would give opportunities for enhancement, there would be instances of quarrels and even fights over the mutant beasts. Such incidents were endless. Not an issue. Watch me. Yu Zhong chuckled and pulled out a Type 2 nuclei, and after tying it with a steel wire, he threw it into the water, and pulled out a vial of blood from a Type 2 mutant beast and dripped some in the water. When the Type 2 blood just entered the water, there was suddenly a bustle of activity under the surface, as a whole school of fish swam furiously towards them, trying to swallow the blood of the Type 2 mutant beast. After another 5 minutes, huge waves appeared once again, as numerous mutant black fishes appeared from the water as they pounced towards the Type 2 nuclei. The Type 2 nuclei was like a treasure that helped these mutant beasts evolve, hence the moment they caught scent of the blood, and sensed the existence of a nuclei, they would charge over in a frenzy. Yu Zhong smiled lightly as he handed the level 4 black tooth blade to Mu Xiangling and said, "Look, aren't they out now? I shall hand them to you." Mu Xiangling activated her telekinesis power and grabbed the black tooth blade in midair, before controlling it to shoot towards the mutant blackfish, and with a flash of the blade, The mutant blackfish was easily sliced in two, fresh blood spraying everywhere. The black-tooth blade was a level 4 treasure, and its sharpness was incredible. With Mu Xiangling controlling it with her power, it was easy to deal with the mutant blackfish. If it had been any other normal weapons, it would be harder for her to use them to penetrate the armor of the blackfish. Decent equipment would raise the combat potential. After killing that mutant blackfish, Mu Xiangling instantly rose by 2 levels, and her confidence gained a huge boost as she charged on once more, slicing another mutant blackfish into 2. With the control of her telekinesis, the huge black-tooth blade was slashing through the air as though it was being used by a person to execute a set of sword arts, flowing beautifully as it slaughtered the mutant blackfishes. The moment any of those mutant beasts leapt out the water, they would be immediately dealt with, and soon, the riverbank were filled with mutant blackfishes' corpses. Seeing this Mu Xiangling easily slaughtering a number of those mutant blackfishes, many of the eyes present turned bloodshot. When those mutant blackfishes came up to shore, they would become dishes for the human experts. However, since those mutant blackfishes had been hunted aggressively, few dared to come up to feast. Today, Mu Xiangling had managed to slaughter a dozen at one go, and they were extremely jealous. It was a decent haul. If converted to ration tickets, it was enough for them to head to the most lavish nightclub and live freely for a certain period. Just as Mu Xiangling killed about over a dozen mutant blackfishes, the 7 experts that were not weak came up to Yuzhong, and their tone extremely unfriendly as they barked. "Wait a moment! Who allowed you guys to hunt mutant beasts here? Don't tell me you guys don't know that it is our gangs, the Tiannan Triads, territory?" Yuzhong eyed them as he replied indifferently, "Oh, how can you say I don't know that it's your turf? Did you guys buy this piece of land?" One of the expert glared at Yuzhong and shouted, "Brat! If our boss Lu say that this is our Tiannan Triad's turf, it is our Tiannan Triad's turf. Are you courting death? All those mutant blackfishes are ours from now on. Get lost. Otherwise this daddy will not be courteous with you." Although they had seen Mu Xiangling killing the mutant blackfishes easily, they had not been intimidated. They were also experts of above level 20, and combining their forces, killing a level 30 enhancer wasn't a problem. Furthermore, while Mu Xiangling was just a little lowly, they disregarded Yuzhong even more. Regardless of era or time period, there would always be hooligans out to create trouble. Although Yuzhong had dissolved the Heavenly Dragon Triad and Green Bamboo Triad within Gillen City, the various other smaller gangs and triads were starting to act up. Mu Xiangling called out back at the 7 experts in a sturdy voice as she scolded them, "Scram! If you don't, this lady won't treat you nicely. Little bitch, you're courting death." The chief of the Tiannan Triad, Chief Lu, instantly got enraged and shot forwards, his hands reaching out to slap Mu Xiangling. Mu Xiangling immediately darted behind Yuzhong. Yuzhong directly lashed out viciously with a kick on the chest of Chief Lu, causing this level 31 enhancer to instantly fly back 6-7 meters, crashing onto the ground. "Everyone, attack together! Kill him!" The remaining 6 were furious as well, as they charged at Yuzhong together. These 6 were all strength and agility-based enhancers, with no special skills. Furthermore, their strength and agility weren't enhanced much. With a single movement from Yuzhong's fist, a flurry of shadows came assailing the 6 men, causing them to be knocked to the ground as well. From afar, the various experts of the other triads saw this scene, and their hearts turned cold, not daring to challenge Yuzhong's authority. "Leader!" The moment those 6 men fell to the ground, Bai Shaoxing came swooping in like a specter, with 6 other men in black uniform behind him, all emitting the auras of sharp swords, as they appeared beside Yuzhong. Bai Shaoxing and the other 6 men in black were all experts that Yuzhong had selected specially as his trusted elite team. Each of them possessed tremendous fighting power, and had followed him through countless battles. They were also his personal guards. Yu Zhong personally had great strength, but if all the experts present were to surround and attack together, there was a possibility of him falling at their hands. Hence, he had established a small unit whose primary objective was to ensure his safety. The team was named Zhongnanxi Bodyguards. Yu Zhong pointed to those 7 experts who had been defeated by him as he declared, "Arrest them. Throw them into the Scum Battalion to be trained harshly. Each of their targets will be to hunt 500 zombies." Yu Zhong's Scum Battalion went by different standards and different instructions. Some of the scum were enhancers, and killing zombies were extremely easy to them. Towards such people, their targets compared to ordinary humans were different. Bai Shaoxing waved his hands, as the 7 Tianyan Triad members were dragged away like dogs. "Bring them away!" Out of the blue, the water surface rippled again, as a Type 2 mutant black fish the size of a house broke out of the water, moving towards the shore. When the various experts saw that, their faces turned in fright, as they retreated backwards hastily. The Type 2 mutant black fish was also in existence, which only some top-tier experts could handle, and these top-tier experts were either in the employment of bigger factions, or currently undergoing training in the mountain range, hence it was not possible for them to be present. Of those present, there were no experts who were able to deal with the Type 2 mutant black fish. "Right on time. We've caught the big one." Yu Zhong saw the monstrous Type 2 mutant black fish, and there was a hint of glee in his eyes, as he tugged hard, pulling the Type 2 nuclei back into his hands. The Type 2 mutant black fish felt the nuclei that could enhance itself landing on Yu Zhong's hands, and it immediately swam towards land in agitation. Mu Xiangling saw the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and her eyes flashed in excitement as well, controlling the level 4 black-tooth blade to slash towards the Type 2 mutant blackfish. If she could kill this Type 2 mutant blackfish, it would be a huge boost to her enhancement level. Although Mu Xiangling was young, she was wildly ambitious. In this apocalyptic world, being weak was a sin. Those who were weak could not hold on to their dignity, and were trampled on. Since she had become Yu Zhong's, she was not willing to stay weak forever. The 2m long black-tooth blade slashed the head of the Type 2 mutant blackfish viciously, but was deflected off by the layer of mucus covering the skin. The blade left only a slight mark before flying away. Mu Xiangling's telekinesis was not of a high enough level, and hence the control she had was not strong enough. There was no way she could penetrate the protection of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. If it were a level 40 strength-based evolver that was using the black-tooth blade, then it was possible to use strength to cleave into the meat of the Type 2 mutant blackfish. Mu Xiangling saw that her attack had no effect on the defense of the Type 2 mutant blackfish, and her eyes flashed with disappointment, running to Yu Zhong's side. The Type 2 mutant blackfish, on the other hand, had been enraged by that blow, as it opened its huge mouth, and showed a green glob of mucus towards Mu Xiangling. Yu Zhong shot forwards, standing in front of Mu Xiangling, as he raised his hands, conjuring a devil flame tornado in front of him. It swallowed up the incoming green projectile, incinerating it cleanly till there was nothing left. From within the devil flame tornado, a sudden sharp arrow of flame shot outwards, piercing the head of the Type 2 mutant blackfish and exploding within, causing the brain of the Type 2 mutant blackfish to be melted into nothing, directly killing it. The gigantic Type 2 mutant blackfish then slumped lifelessly onto the ground, dropping a green treasure box and 100 survivor coins. Yu Zhong eyed the dead Type 2 mutant blackfish and felt a sense of lament. Just a few months back, he had been a weak existence in the face of such a Type 2 mutant beast. However, now, he had grown to become an expert who could easily make short work of such a Type 2 mutant beast. Yu Zhong opened up the green treasure box, and after the glowing light dissipated, a 2m long sniper rifle that was covered with shining metal luster and sci-fi colors appeared in front of his eyes. Level 4. Falcon Eye Type 14, 5mm sniper rifle with an effective range of 3,000 meters. Every day it will automatically generate 1 round. Good stuff! Yu Zhong immediately grabbed it and used the scope to test the Falcon Eye Type 14, 5mm sniper rifle and was pleased with the result. Currently, of the snipers in the world, the top-tier ones had a maximum effective range of about 1 kilometer, maybe even 2 kilometers. It was not that they were not strong enough, but they had lacking decent sniper rifles. This Falcon Eye Type 14, 5mm sniper rifle had an effective range of 3 kilometers, surpassing the top sniper rifle in the world right now. With it, Yu Zhong could easily snipe any expert at a 3 kilometers distance. The only shortfall was that its ammunition was too little and could not be used as a main weapon. Chapter 438. Conflict at the Restaurant. Chapter 438. Conflict at the Restaurant. The mutant beasts' corpses laying by the riverbank would naturally be handled by Yu Zhong's subordinate. Yu Zhong held Mu Xiangling's hands as they came to the city center of Guilin City. They discovered that currently, there were all sorts of vendors and people walking about and browsing, the bustling activity a close shadow of the pre-apocalyptic glory. Although there had been incidents of riots and instability, there were still many people in Guilin City. So while there were deaths, it was not heavy enough to impact the energy level within Guilin City. Yu Zhong observed the flourishing scene and felt a sense of pride. This huge city of about 900,000 survivors now belonged to him. In this apocalyptic world, humans were the most precious treasure, with about 900,000 people. He possessed a decent amount of fighting resources. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound came from beside Yu Zhong, as Mu Xiangling lowered head in embarrassment, saying, "I'm hungry." "Let us eat then." Yu Zhong looked around the busy street, before pulling Mu Xiangling along, and entered an extremely clean and simple shop, which was filled with customers. The moment they stepped into the shop, they caught a whiff of an exotic aroma of herbs and fresh meat. The customers inside the shop were stuffing their faces with fragrant bowls of mutant beast meat. Esteemed customers! When Yu Zhong and Mu Xiangling entered the shop, they were greeted by a pretty lady, whose exquisite features, including a pair of big eyes and a healthy color, was smiling brightly. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail, and she welcomed both of them to a table to be seated. Upon sitting down, Mu Xiangling eyed the young, beautiful waitress warily, her eyes filled with dislike. The young lady in ponytail asked, "May I know what would you guys like?" Yu Zhong asked, "What would you recommend here?" The waitress smiled and introduced a few dishes. "Our famous dish here is the braised mutant pork shoulder, as well as the braised mutant blackfish. These are our signature dishes. Other than those, we also have some common dishes." Yu Zhong nodded. "Let's have those too then." "Great!" The waitress immediately noted their order and left swiftly towards the kitchen. Mu Xiangling then broke into a sweet smile. "Hee hee! Big brother! That young miss is quite the beauty, isn't she? Do you want me to help you chase her? If I act, she will definitely be yours." Yu Zhong reached out to pinch Mu Xiangling's cheeks as he chuckled. "Silly! If I want any beauty, it's just a simple matter of opening my mouth. Why should I need you to do it for me?" Being together with Mu Xiangling, Yu Zhong was extremely at ease. At least this little lowly didn't fear him like other people. In his path to reach where he was, to gain control and authority over Guilin City, he had killed without blinking. Even his subordinates and trusted aides viewed him with a little fear amidst their respect, hence they didn't dare crack jokes openly. Even his close brother, who had been assigned to be trained together with the new recruits, and did not have the time to chat idly. Hu Yi's combat strength was tyrannical, but he was lacking in his military bearing. Hence, to fit in the modern warfare tactics, Yu Zhong had him thrown into special training, using the training of the elites with twice the difficulty to polish him. If Yu Zhong wanted to utilize his brother, he had to have the capabilities. Hence he had decided to get Hu Yi whipped into shape. In this apocalyptic world, personal strength was important. However, the strongest force would still be an army made of individual experts. Yu Zhong could single-handedly deal with 2,000 zombies on his own. However, against a million-strong horde, even if he hacked and slashed till his arms rot, it wouldn't be enough. He would have to retreat in the face of such numbers. However, with a 10,000-strong army, he wouldn't need to fear a million-strong army. Mu Xiangling slapped Yu Zhong's right hand away as she pouted. "Woo! Don't pinch my face. It's gonna become round because of you. Then I won't look pretty anymore." Yu Zhong chuckled as he looked at Mu Xiangling. Seeing this bundle of joy, he naturally felt more lighthearted. Since returning to Guilin City, he had been under a lot of stress. Mu Xiangling seemed to have turned into a little devil as she taunted. "Gidge! A sentence from you can get a beauty to accompany you. But in the end, these people accompany you because they fear your power, not that they truly want to be with you. What's the meaning in that? If you truly want to be a Casanova, you must obtain their hearts, then you can be considered a true playboy. Furthermore, by getting any beauty to fall for you, wouldn't that be proof of your charm? If it were any other lustful man, they would be inspired by Mu Xiangling's words. However, Yu Zhong merely ruffled her head as he smiled. I don't have the patience or time to chase them slowly. It's just a short break for me to breathe. There are still many things I have to do. The Kingdom of God had monopolized all the resources on Europe's end. Europe had cutting-edge technology, and the moment they finished their researches and wiped out the zombies, they would be able to progress and develop extremely quickly. In comparison, China had plenty of lands, which were currently controlled by who knows how many ambitious and power-hungry warlords who had risen. Considering all these gave Yu Zhong a headache. It was not only Yu Zhong who was busy expanding his power and influence. With the change of the world, all sorts of strange characters that had been oppressed by modern society laws and norms had all risen. If Yu Zhong wanted to unify the entire country, it would require an unknown amount of energy and resources. If one was backward, they would invite bullying. It was a proven course of nature, everyone in modern society knew that well. The moment Europe consolidated their power, and Asia was still in chaos, it was not improbable for the Opium War to repeat itself. Europe was never willing for a strong Asia that could rule the entire world, and they were filled with fear towards the race that had the most number of people, as well as the glory of their past ancient civilizations. If they had the power, they would definitely not allow that. And the opposite was true. If Yu Zhong had the chance, he wouldn't mind giving the Kingdom of God a stab. Other than Europe itself, the rest of Asia was still unsettled. Wuyen Hong was filled with hatred against the Chinese, and he was currently on the top of the priority list. If he was still weak, he had no choice, but now that Yu Zhong had the power, he could not stand by allowing his fellow countrymen to be used as dogs and pigs for others. Mu Xiangling was dejected as she pouted. "Che! I'd thought that you would say, for beautiful women, you would even cross the fires of hell." Yu Zhong raised his eyes. "Do I look like that sort?" Mu Xiangling's eyes widened as she looked at Yu Zhong for a long while, before she suddenly grinned. "Yes. You're even the sort that would push a lowly into a small ditch. Lolicon." Yu Zhong was caught unaware as he flared and reached to pinch her face. "What? It was you who pushed me, okay?" Mu Xiangling giggled as she threatened. "Bully me some more. I'll cause a scene. I'll shout out loudly that Yu Zhong is a lolicon. You won't ever have face again." "Forget it. I won't stoop so low." Yu Zhong immediately waved his hands and ruffled her hand. If he was really labeled as a lolicon in front of so many people, his reputation would take a dip. This devil definitely had the capacity to do so, because she knew where Yu Zhong's threshold laid. Mu Xiangling shot a proud look as Yu Zhong gave in to her, and she knew she could tease Yuzhong. In any case, she was still young. At most, Yuzhong would just give her a spanking, and would not actually punish her. The waitress quickly came back with the signature dishes as she placed them on the table. "It's here! These are the braised mutant pork shoulder and braised mutant blackfish. Do enjoy." A delicious fragrance wafted into their noses, as Yuzhong looked at the sumptuous dish in front of him, and made to quickly grab a piece of pork shoulder, and immediately tore the meat from the bone, feeding it into his mouth. Upon entering, the meat instantly melted in his mouth. Delicious! Yuzhong's spirits were lifted as he began to eat voraciously. Mu Xiangling also quickly used her chopsticks in a bid to grab food. "Gidge, you're too crafty. Eat slower, leave some for me." The pretty waitress looked on at this funny scene, and her eyes twinkled in amusement. Right at this time, at another table, a burly man slapped the table as he shouted, "Waiter! Why is there a fly in my food? What the hell is wrong with you guys? Do you know how to run a business? Where's the boss? Get him out here. Get your boss out here. If not, we'll wreck your lousy shop." A few of the men beside the burly man immediately hollered aggressively. Seeing this, a number of the customers in the restaurant became frightened as they stopped eating, paid their money and left. There were even a few with no manners that directly left without paying. A middle-aged man whose skin was slightly dark and yellow, his entire face filled with wrinkles, came over with a careful smile as he bowed and said, "Friends, our dishes are carefully scrutinized to ensure quality, and there would definitely not be a single fly. Is this a misunderstanding?" The burly man laughed coldly as he grabbed a spoonful of soup, in it a large fly laying dead. "Not a single fly? What's this?" The pretty waitress took a step forwards as she stared at the burly man and said, "I've checked every single dish that comes out of the kitchen. There was no fly. This is your doing." The burly man instantly frowned and hollered, pulling out a bat as he flipped the table. "You dare frame me? Brothers, fuck these people. Trash the place. Do it." The 5 men beside the burly man instantly pulled out their weapons as well as they started to unleash carnage. The sounds of breaking and destruction rang out within the shop. "Stop it! You bunch of hooligans!" The waitress screamed as she watched her family's store being wrecked. This store was the hard work of her family, and the moment it was destroyed, her family's livelihood will be gone. The shop owner and the rest of the workers just stood at a corner as they watched helplessly, not daring to move. The hooligans had baseball bats, knives, and if they were to rush into the heat of things, they might get injured or worse. In this apocalyptic world, there was a loss of medicinal manufacturing plants, and their quantity had lessened considerably. With each usage, the amount left was dwindling. Hence, medicine was even more expensive now. They did not dare to get hurt. A hooligan came up to Yuzhong and Mu Xiangling, and his eyes flashed with ferocity as he barked, "Get lost! Can't you see that we're conducting business here? Do you want to die? Quickly flee!" The waitress looked at them and shouted out in worry. She knew that these hooligans were not any decent people, and would not hesitate to hit or even kill a little girl. There were simply no hooligans that held to the principles of not hitting women or children left in the apocalyptic world. Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed angrily as she lashed out with a vicious kick at the groin of the man like a cheetah. "Trash! You dare spoil the mood of my meal!" After gaining a set of equipment, she had the strength equivalent to 2 grown men, and this single kick actually caused the hooligan to be sent flying back 2 to 3 meters. When the hooligan received that blow, his eyes looked like they were about to pop out, his hands grabbing his stomach as he doubled up in pain. Tears streamed down his eyes. Mu Xiangling sent the hooligan flying with a kick, and turned around to look at Yuzhong smugly, before her gaze traveled to Yuzhong's groin. What a vicious lowly! Yuzhong suddenly felt his back break out in cold sweat, and his legs immediately snapped shut. Even with his endurance reaching a high 151 points, that bullets could not penetrate his skin. That part was still his weak point. For that matter, it was the weak point of all men. The waitress witnessed this and her eyes flashed with a glint. So strong! The leader, who was the burly man, looked at Mu Xiangling, his eyes gleaming fiercely as he roared, "Everyone together! Catch that bitch, and we'll have some fun, before we sell her off to some nightclub." Led by that burly man, the remaining 4 thugs quickly charged towards Mu Xiangling. Chapter 439, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Chapter 0439, Cleaning Up the Gangs. Yu Zhong eyed the 5 incoming hooligans, grabbed a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth with disinterest. "They're yours. Do your best." Yuegij, how can you expect a lowly like me to handle 5 of them? Aren't you ungentlemanly? When Mu Xiangling heard Yu Zhong, she got excited and started to warm up. "Oh right. Is it okay to cripple them?" Yu Zhong replied mildly. "It'd be best not to. They still have some use. We can throw them into the scum battalion. If you cripple them, then we just have to kill them." Yu Zhong had no favorable impressions of such hooligans that bullied the weak commoners. He had intended to punish these hooligans by sending them to the scum battalion as cannon fodder. If they were crippled, he wouldn't spend any medicines to heal them. He would only do so for good people. "Got it!" Mu Xiangling let out an excited smile, as she lifted her hand and activated her ability, as 5 chairs suddenly flew towards the 5 hooligans viciously, controlled by an unseen force. At that instant, the 5 chairs hit the 5 hooligans heavily, and were destroyed by the impact, at the same time, causing the 5 hooligans to be injured gravely, spitting blood from their mouths as they fell to the ground. "A high-level enhancer. Damn it! You actually dare to injure me! I will definitely make you wish you were dead. If you have the guts, just wait here." The leader of the hooligans glanced resentfully at Mu Xiangling and Yu Zhong, before directly taking out a bamboo flute and forcefully blowing it. Looking at the hooligan whose face was filled with hatred, a strange light flashed past Yu Zhong. He didn't leave, but quietly stayed sitting there, continuing to eat the shop's signature dishes. "Oh, interesting. So you still have backup. Good. I really want to see what sort of person is supporting you from behind the scenes." The resentful hooligan glanced at Yu Zhong and smiled coldly. "You'll know soon. Who dares to touch my men? Do you not want to stay in Gillen City anymore?" Following an indignant shout, a young man, accompanied by 4 police officers, strode into the shop. The leader of the hooligans instantly rushed up to the young man and implored loudly, "Young Master Dan. It was these 2. It was them who hit us. Young Master Dan, you have to give us brothers justice." Yu Zhong glanced at the young man who had been escorted in by the 4 police officers and he smiled faintly. "So it's actually Dan Yu, long time no see." As soon as he saw Yu Zhong sitting at the table, Dan Yu's heart instantly exploded. Both his knees softened, and he was so frightened that he directly fell paralyzed onto the floor. After all, he knew that the person in front of him was actually the controller of Gillen City. Just one order from Yu Zhong would be enough to make him die a miserable death. Moreover, the reason that his father was able to regain his original post was because he had correctly chosen to stand on Yu Zhong's side at a key moment. Even if it were Dan Yu's father, Yu Zhong would still be able to make him die with ease. Young Master Dan, what's wrong?" "Right, it was those people who attacked young Master Dan. Go capture those 2 people and bring them back to the police station." One of the police officers instantly propped up Dan Yu and directly pointed at Yu Zhong, his brain working like lightning as he attempted to curry favor with the young master. "Attacked your mom!" Dan Yu was so scared that his soul almost scattered. He viciously gave the police officer a slap to the face. "Luo Ping, you bastard! Are you trying to kill me?" Following that, Dan Yu ruthlessly kicked the leader of the hooligans onto the floor, his face flashing with an ominous glint. Only after finishing all this did Dan Yu bend his waist, kneeling down before Yu Zhong with a flattering smile on his face and saying, "Apologies, young Master Yu. It was I who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Sorry. Upon seeing this scene, apart from Yu Zhong himself and Mu Xiangling, everyone else was stunned. The fact that there were 4 police officers escorting Dan Yu was already enough to show that his background was extraordinary, yet upon seeing Yu Zhong, this extraordinary son of an official was actually so scared that he instantly fell to the ground. This made everyone feel incomparably astonished. Yu Zhong glanced at Dan Yu, who was kneeling before him, and said indifferently, "By Xiao Sheng, come out. Take all of them away and lock them up. The people over there on the floor, you can directly throw them into the scum battalion." "Yes, head." Very quickly, 8 experts wearing black suits, each of them exuding a terrifying aura, entered the shop. Personal guards of the head? As soon as they saw the 8 experts, the 4 police officers' faces all paled as they instantly guessed Yu Zhong's identity. They didn't resist at all, letting the guards restrain them. Yu Zhong's personal guards very quickly took away the pale-looking Dan Yu, the 4 police officers and the 6 hooligans lying on the floor, only leaving behind the wrecked little shop. The energetic ponytail girl filled with youthfulness then came up to Yu Zhong, bending down slightly as she thanked sincerely. "Thank you. I am called Chun Bingxia. Many thanks for helping out." If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, perhaps the entire shop would have already been smashed by those hooligans. Yu Zhong smiled slightly as he handed over a 10-ton food stamp to Chun Bingxia, saying, "I am called Yu Zhong. There's no need to be courteous. Your shop's signature dishes are truly delicious. I hope to have the chance to savor them again. This is a year's payment of meals." Chen Bingxia received the 10 tons worth of ration tickets, and her eyes immediately started to tear as she thanked Yu Zhong profusely. "Thank you! Thank you!" With this huge amount, Chen Bingxia's family would be able to continue running the shop. Without it, they would be hard-pressed to continue running due to the damages incurred earlier today. "If anyone else dares to bully you guys, just report my name." "Alright, we're leaving." Yu Zhong laughed before standing up and led Mu Xiangling out. Chen Bingxia gripped the tickets in her hands tightly, as she watched Yu Zhong's back leaving in the distance, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange glint, her mind brimming with confusing thoughts. Mu Xiangling teased Yu Zhong. "Wah! What a hero saving the damsel in distress. Regardless, continue working hard like this, and that pretty lady might have her heart stolen by you." Yu Zhong flicked her forehead and chuckled. "Enough of your mischief. This time, once we go back, we're gonna be busy for a while." Soon after Yu Zhong returned to the government office, Dan Yu's father Dan Hong came scrambling in front of Yu Zhong, kneeling and pleading profusely. "Leader, my worthless son was lacking and had offended you. I plead for your magnanimity and mercy. Please. I only have one son." Yu Zhong sat on the sofa, with Mu Xiangling beside him who was helping to massage his leg. He looked at Dan Hong coldly. "Dan Hong? Initially, on account of your merits, I've given him a new lease on life. Now, he's still out there instigating hooligans and ruffians to bully the commoners. This truly is a leopard that cannot change its spots. I'm giving you 3 options. First, lock him up for 20 years. Second option, send him into the scum battalion, and only after he has killed 40 zombies will he be set free. Third, you can give up your position and be a sanitation worker. Your choice." Dan Hong knelt there, his back in cold sweat. All 3 options were incredibly unappealing. Sending his son into jail for 20 years was tantamount to wasting his life. On the other hand, being in the scum battalion, Dan Yu would not last past a year. And for Dan Hong to give up his post as a superintendent, he obviously could not bear to sacrifice his current standard of living. Dan Hong gritted his teeth and made the painful choice. I choose one. Let him stay in jail. It would be better for him. In comparison, his own position was more important. Yu Zhong eyed Dan Hong indifferently and replied, All right, you're dismissed. Yes. Dan Hong heard that and left the office obediently. After Dan Hong had left, Yu Zhong thought back to the events earlier and spoke softly. Seems like the problems of the triads have to be dealt with. Amongst the various gangs and triads in Guilin City, there were numerous who had the backing of some government officials. Yu Zhong had busied himself with the reorganizing of the military and government, and neglected the disease that was growing within Guilin City, namely the problem of the triads. Now that he had seen the despicable measures of some of these triads, it caused a fury to arise in his heart. Yu Zhong was a decisive man, and quickly deployed various troops throughout the city, embarking on a cleanup. The Golden Wolf Triad was a small triad that had 40 members at its core, and had control over a street as well as a nightclub. On this evening, inside the nightclub, the dim red lights were lit, and the scent of liquor and wine hung heavily in the air, as numerous young men and women were intoxicated in their partying. All of a sudden, a 30-man troop came bursting into the club, dressed in the nano-combat suits, hoisting a single assault rifle each. Hu-Yi, who was leading, hollered at the top of his voice, I want everyone to stay where you are. Get down on the ground. We will execute anyone who disobeys. With the sudden presence of this team, as well as the threat from Hu-Yi, all the young men and women in the nightclub immediately got down on the ground. Hu-Yi's booming voice rang out, All the men from the Golden Wolf Triad get out here. If you don't turn yourself in, the moment you're caught, I will execute you on the spot. All your family members will be implicated as well. Not long after, a middle-aged man brought over 30 men as they came out slowly with bitter expressions, saying, I'm the chief of Golden Wolf Triad, Xing-Yi. I'm here to turn myself in. I plead with this officer to have mercy on my family. Hu-Yi replied coldly, Come with us. Xing-Yi sighed, as he led the rest of his members and followed Hu-Yi and his team. It was not that Xing-Yi had no intentions of resisting, but upon seeing those soldiers with strong killing intent, all thoughts of resisting was immediately vanquished. He was extremely clear that the only outcome for resisting was death, and hence they could only follow obediently. With the government's iron fist clamping down, all the triads became paper tigers overnight. In the midst of a citywide sweep, all triads and gangs, big or small, were instantly dissolved, and all the core members and chiefs were apprehended by him. Chapter 440. The Zombie Horde Moves. Chapter 440. The Zombie Horde Moves. Of the 4 great triads that used to exist in Guilin City, the Scarlet Phoenix Triad led by Ding Mei had by then submitted to Yu Zhong when he started the cleaning process. They handed over their weapons and accepted the reorganization of their forces, becoming part of Yu Zhong's troops. Yu Zhong cleaned up every single gang and triad in order to purge any evil intentions and characteristic. The feel of the city instantly became better, and seemed to flourish even more. Those who had wild ambitions to try and rile up trouble began to keep themselves in check. There were a few companies started by enhancers and hunters specializing in hunting zombies, as well as embarking on other scavenger missions. Yu Zhong did not force them to close down nor change anything, because with their existence, he had these people voluntarily cleaning up some of the loose corners that he could not afford to spare time with. At the same time, these people were largely passionate in their jobs, and could help drive resources back towards Guilin City. With regards to these factions, as long as they did not threaten the development plans of Yu Zhong in any way, Yu Zhong would not touch them. Yu Zhong threw the hooligans into the Scum Battalion, and those who had not engaged in any despicable acts of bullying or oppression, he placed them within the Preparatory Army's training groups, and the enhancers were be placed with the Experts Battalion to be trained specially. With such a reorganization, Yuzhong gained another over 200 experts that were above level 20. After eradicating all signs of the triads from Guilin City, Yuzhong did not stop there, instead dispatching numerous shifts of policemen to instill order and patrol the streets, rounding up any small-time criminals. The moment any thieves or robbers were caught, they would be thrown into the scum battalion and put through strict training. From a mere few hundreds of people inside the scum battalion, through the methods Yuzhong employed, it swelled to over 2,000 people, and were filled with thieves, bandits, hooligans, rapists, perverts, liars, and other ne'er-do-wells. The moment they were drafted in, although they got to eat their fill, they had to go through strict military training and instruction, over and over again. It caused them to feel that even death was more inviting than this hellish life. Inside the scum battalion, if any of these scum were to show the slightest resistance, all that awaited them was further punishments. They had no basic rights to speak of. Under those harsh conditions, many of them became like robots, suffering endlessly till the point of numbness. The majority looked forward to killing enough zombies, or being killed by zombies, just to be rid of this hell. After such a large-scale cleanup, the entire Guilin City seemed to have undergone a total makeover, so much so that even the streets were safe at night. Everyone knew of the plights of any wrongdoings, and the moment they thought of what went on in those camps, any potential thoughts of mischief would be immediately quashed. While a small minority felt that Yuzhong was too overbearing and tyrannical, many others were elated at the beneficial changes. This was because there were no more instances of protection fees, or free meals or bullying for the majority of the commoners. Once he had brought about peace and stability, Yuzhong dove into training his troops again. It was the winter season, and the troops could not go anywhere, hence he made them go through intense training, to increase their combat potential. With the flow of time, a month had passed. On this day, a surveillance drone flew over Nanning City. As long as the weather was decent, Yuzhong would deploy some forces to scout out the situation in Nanning City. The 3 million-strong zombie horde in Nanning had slowly begun to move towards Guilin City. The strange development had quickly been picked up by the drone, and the information was quickly transmitted back towards Guilin City. Although Yuzhong did not control any satellites, and could not observe the entire Earth with the drones, gaining intel on the surrounding 100 li of land was not an issue. Once he learnt that the zombie horde had begun to move, Yuzhong did not dare to dally, and summoned every important member of his government. Yuzhong looked around and declared solemnly, "I've gained information. The zombie horde from Nanning has begun to move towards Guilin City, towards us. Based on their speed, in just 5 days we will be facing 3 million zombies. Does anyone have any suggestions?" Hui directly offered, "Leader, why don't we take the fight to them at the Changyu Ridge? The terrain is most suitable for the tanks to charge in. We can make use of the tanks to annihilate them." Murong-He frowned and said, "The Changyu Ridge is indeed suitable for an assault from our tanks. The problem is the weather. If there were to be a sudden change in weather, the troops there would lose the support and become stranded. The moment that happens, they would be finished off by the horde. I reckon that we should defend Guilin City." Zhang Shuiwang replied coldly, "Holding them off here is too dangerous. If the fort was to be broken, the more than 800,000 survivors here would have no place to run to. Furthermore, our heavy rounds are lacking. With the number of zombies ranging in the millions, without sufficient ammo, what do we use to defend with? Meat shields?" A modern army's criteria was having enough logistical support. Du Shanxiong had a regiment of elites and strength, and the reason why he could only occupy Guilin was primarily due to the shortage of ammo. Du Shanxiong had brought his troops to reclaim Guilin, and also led them to slaughter their way into Nanning. In addition, he had been cleaning up the surrounding areas of Guilin City, annihilating a few million zombies. However, as a result, the troops were nearly depleted of their ammo, and the ammo dump had only 2 bases worth. It would be tough for them to deal with the 3 million strong horde with just that. Everyone frowned. Although the words of Zhang Shuiwang were hard to listen to, it was the truth, and the impending danger loomed over everyone's heads. It felt hard to breathe. Guilin City was not an industrial city, and within it, the only thing they could do now was to refill ammunitions. In each month, they could reload up to about 10,000 rounds. The current count of reloaded ammunition in Guilin City was about 30,000 rounds. These reloaded rounds were lacking in effectiveness and could damage the guns. The majority of it was given to the scavenger teams to use, and no one from the military liked to use it. As for the heavy artillery rounds, not only are there no ways to manufacture them, there are no known ways to reload them. Yu Zhong eyed Chen Ying on one side and asked, "How's the construction of the wall coming along?" When Yu Zhong obtained control, he had assigned a huge number of young males to start working on a wall. In society, there were countless city walls breached due to the existence of heavy artillery that could easily demolish walls. However, for the apocalypse, a sturdy wall would be extremely useful against a zombie horde, as well as the attacks of mutant beasts. Hence, Yu Zhong had placed great importance on it. After all, constructing a wall was much simpler than manufacturing heavy artillery rounds. Chen Ying replied directly. "There's a 5 m tall defensive wall built in the direction of Nanning. However, with the time we have, that's the limit we can do now." As the majority of the zombies surrounding Guilin City had long been wiped out by Du Shanxiong and his army, only the zombies in the direction of Nanning posed a threat. Even Du Shanxiong did not dare to provoke them. Hence Yu Zhong had given priority towards that direction with respect to the construction of the wall. 5 meters, eh? Do your best. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard that, before slowly replying. A 5-meter-tall wall would not be enough to defend against a huge horde of zombies. However, being able to construct such a wall within the time limit of a month was impressive. Yu Zhong pondered for a moment before ordering, "Chen Ying, you delegate the job, immediately begin defensive fortifications all around Guilin City. Dig traps, and organize the residents from the Gangxi district to move towards the south. Try to clear the area to act as a buffer." "Yes," Yu Zhong continued. "Hu-yi. Go take 200 experts, head to the front lines and snipe the horde. Do your best. As long as the situation turns for the worse, immediately retreat. Try to preserve your lives and energy." In such conditions where the weather was unpredictable, it was the most that Yu Zhong could do. If it wasn't for winter, Yu Zhong would have deployed all his troops to go hunt the zombie horde. "Yes, leader," Hui replied excitedly. Yu Zhong then swept everybody present a glance as he said solemnly, "Everyone else, resume your training, await further orders. For this battle, I've decided to take the fight to them outside. Our lives are on the line this time. I hope everyone will give their all to prepare for it." Everyone's heart shuddered as they replied, "Yes." Under Yu Zhong's orders, everyone began moving. With the assignments set by Chen Ying, the residents of the Gangxi district began to move towards the south side of Guilin City. At the same time, over 100,000 young men were mobilized and began fortifications outside Gangxi district. As there were many people working on it, with their combined efforts, countless fortifications and simple works were completed within a night outside the city walls. Within the city, many females were activated as well, preparing numerous bowls of food to be sent to those men toiling outside the city gates, everyone doing their best in order to protect their place. On the other side, Hui led 200 experts and they lugged over 100 jin of equipment, put on the nano-combat suits, and rode their motorcycles towards the distance. Yu Zhong had intended to be on the front lines himself, but as he had just obtained control of Guilin City, the sentiments of the masses had not stabilized yet, and he had too little trusted aides. The moment he left, there would bound to be some ambitious joker. Hence, for the sake of the whole picture, he chose to stay here. This battle was one he could not afford to lose. The moment he lost, close to 900,000 people would fall prey to the zombies. Hui and his team rode nonstop for almost 4 hours before they came near the zombie horde. What a spectacular sight! Hui and the 200 experts looked over from a high point not far from the horde, and could see the mighty undead force, seemingly with no end, threatening to envelope everything as they moved. Chapter 441, Devourer. Chapter 441, Devourer. Let's start. Hui observed their surroundings once, before pulling out a sniper rifle, aimed at the horde, and fired. With a single ping, a zombie's head was blasted apart. Attracted by the sound of the gunfire, the huge horde shifted, and swarmed towards the direction of Hui and the rest, who were atop the hill. There are simply too many of them. We would rot before we managed to kill them all. One enhancer whose level reached 38 waved his hand as he spoke, and a number of blades made out of air sliced towards the zombies in front, instantly decapitating 20 over of them. Another who had the gun specialization skill pulled out 2.03 rifles and began to fire without stop. Every single round fired from each gun would kill a zombie. One of the enhancers had plant manipulation, and he planted a mutant seed under the tree, and soon, countless vines exploded out from the ground, wrapping around a number of the zombies, shredding them into pieces. The rest of the warriors raised their own 03 rifles and aimed at the zombies without haste, making sure to kill them with a single shot each time. There were about 200 experts on this side, each of them being above level 30, and had plenty of experience in killing zombies. None of them had any fear towards the zombies. As long as their stamina could hold out, it was hard for them to die. With the combined efforts of those 200 experts, although the small hilltop seemed to be surrounded by the dense horde of zombies, none of the zombies could break past the defenses. Huge numbers of the zombies were being decimated constantly, while those in front would be trampled by those behind. Soon, the total number of zombies killed by this team of elites had reached more than 2,000. At this time, the horde suddenly parted, and a number of 3m tall strange zombies appeared. They had protruding bellies, their limbs were coarse and bulky, and they had long tails, with bodies covered in a layer of scales. Their eyes were completely milky white, and their hands had long sharp nails, matching their teeth. The moment these strange zombies appeared, they began to swallow up the corpses of the ordinary zombies, and there seemed to be no end to their appetite, as they continued to gobble up the ordinary zombies into their bodies. Hui looked at the strange zombies swallowing up the rest, and a notification appeared in his mind. Level 60 Strange Monster, Devourer I-Type. It can swallow ordinary zombies to constantly evolve and grow stronger. Its initial level is 50. Swallowing enough ordinary zombie corpses will allow it to reach level 70. Swallowing higher-grade corpses may give rise to potential further growth and evolution. Hui took a look at the devourers, and his heart went cold. He quickly aimed a rifle at the head of one of the devourer and fired wildly. The dense hail of bullets assaulted the devourer and simply bounced off, not hurting it in the slightest. "Allow me!" The expert who could control blades made of air stood forward, his eyes flashing with a glint, and he expended a huge amount of stamina to conjure a huge blade that could bifurcate even an armored vehicle as he sliced towards the devourer. The huge blade made of air landed on the body of the devourer, and the skin dented inwards slightly, before causing the blade to be dispersed. At the next instant, the devourer immediately opened its mouth and shot out a black, murky poison arrow at the enhancer who controlled the airblade. "Ah!" The expert immediately wailed in agony when he was struck. His body instantly rotted, and his eyes lost the color of health, before he suddenly pounced towards Hui. Hui's face changed in horror as he kicked the expert towards the ground, before roaring, "Zhang Zhen, what are you doing?" The expert looked up with soulless eyes as it climbed up and pounced towards the others. Hu Yi immediately shot forward and pulled out his dark magic blade to slice off the head of Zhang Zhen as he roared, "He's infected? Shit! Everyone, be careful! That devourer can cause someone to turn almost instantly with its spit, don't let it get on you." Hearing those words, the expressions of everyone fell. They had worn the mutant beast's hides and few things could endanger them. However, at the initial point of the apocalypse, the scene of their friends and loved ones turning into zombies right in front of them had been deeply embedded in their mind. Their attacks became a lot more guarded, and did not attack the devourers, instead choosing to deal with the ordinary zombies. Those devourers also seemed to ignore the humans on the hill, instead choosing to swallow the corpses of the zombies unhurriedly. Hui looked at those devourers hanging around the foot of the hill, and his eyes flashed with a hint of urgency. "Damn it, what do we do? Are we going to stand here and watch as those freaks become stronger?" The experts on the hill were killing the ordinary zombies without stopping, while the devourers were swallowing up the corpses, and both sides came to a standstill. However, Hui was clear that if they were to allow the devourers to evolve, they would be wiped out. As Hui and the rest were engaged in a crisis, within a villa in Guilin City, Zhang Xuewang was sitting with his vice-commander Yu Hong, as they drank liquor together. Yu Hong drank a gulp of the soju as he belched and cussed, "Damn it! Yu Zhong isn't worth shit. We helped him gain the city, and he actually shoved us to the new recruits battalion to lead these greenhorns. Isn't this obviously not trusting us?" Zhang Xuewang eyed Yu Hong and frowned as he growled, "Old Yu, you drank too much. If your words were heard by leader, we would all be in trouble." Hearing that Yu Hong grinned in contempt, "What leader? That position was also snatched by him. If it wasn't for us, how many of the survivors would be dead by now? The moment he came, he stole all our positions, and forced us into this meager place. He is shit. Commander, let's rebel." Zhang Xuewang was alarmed as he shot Yu Hong a look and replied, "Old Yu, you've had too much to drink." Although he was advising him otherwise, Zhang Xuewang was undeniably affected by those words. While being a commander of an elite force was the same post as a commander of a recruits battalion, the positions of those two were different. The commander of the elite force would definitely have more authority than a commander of a recruits battalion. When Zhang Xuewang was reallocated as the commander of the recruits battalion, he was naturally unhappy. However, he was clear that Yu Zhong had managed to gain a steady footing in Guilin City, and if he were to jump up now to voice his disapproval, there would be countless who would automatically step up to do him in. Yu Hong's eyes glinted strangely as he clapped once. "Commander! I know you're worried about Yu Zhong's forces being too strong, and we can't defeat him. Don't worry. We have the manpower. Come out." "Commander Zhang, how do you do?" A 26 to 27-year-old male came walking into the room as he smiled and greeted Zhang Xuewang. Zhang Xuewang eyed this young man, and his heart was filled with caution as he asked, "Old Yu, this is?" The young male, who had squinty eyes, chuckled before introducing himself. "Commander Zhang, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Chonghai. I'm a member of the Greater China Alliance. We of the Greater China Alliance aim to restore the glory of China, and we have countless experts with us. We are currently based in Guangxi, and we have over 70,000 members, and a force of 10,000. Our alliance chief knows that Guilin City had been overtaken by this small fry called Yu Zhong, and was extremely infuriated. Hence, he assigned me to come and form an alliance with you, Commander Zhang. We can work together to topple Yu Zhong's tyranny. After this, we hope that Commander Zhang will join our Greater China Alliance, and help to establish our control over Guilin City." Zhang Xuewang's eyes flashed before he slowly replied, "Yu Zhong has a force of 10,000. How are you going to topple his governance?" Lin Changhai chuckled mysteriously. Commander Zhang, other than you, there are already 2 other high-ranking officials who had been unhappy with Yu Zhong's rule and have joined us already. Furthermore, Gao Ming Hao from the Green Bamboo Triad, as well as other experts from the Heavenly Dragon Triad, even Chun County's Wenfu Xin**, had all agreed to join us. At that time, once the army of the Greater China Alliance reaches, you guys work from the inside, we attack from the outside. Such a prong attack will guarantee that Guilin City will become ours. Yu Zhong is now busy dealing with the zombie horde, and he would not think of acting against us. Zhang Shuiwang mulled silently before asking softly, currently, the 3 million strong zombie horde is making its way towards us. After gaining Guilin City, what does the Greater China Alliance intend to do? Lin Changhai laughed indifferently. Since the aim of the zombie horde is Guilin City, after we have done away with Yu Zhong, we will organize for everyone to evacuate the city. After which, we will slowly chip away at the zombie numbers, and one day we will regain Guilin City and Nanning City. Ensuring the survival of everyone is of utmost importance. Zhang Shuiwang seemed to have resolved the questions in his heart as he replied, "All right. I'll promise you guys. Tell me your plan." Lin Changhai was elated, and proceeded to divulge every single detail of their plan to Zhang Shuiwang. From the direction of Binqi City, a 10,000-strong force dressed in all sorts of garbs, carrying various weapons were currently marching on towards Guilin City. Chapter 442. Collapsing the Enemy with a Single Shot. Chapter 442. Collapsing the Enemy with a Single Shot. Book 3, The South. Among the 10,000 armed militants, a number of them were wielding blades, wooden bats and other various melee weapons. Only about 1,500 of the elite troops were wielding guns. Also, there were 5 IFVs, 10 self-propelled artillery, 6 40-round autoloader rocket launchers, and 8 Type 96 tanks. Taking a look at this troop that was made up of a combination of melee weapons and modern warfare weaponry, it was obvious that these 10,000-strong troops did not have the luxury to equip each and every soldier. Yu Zhong stood on a small hill, by his side stood White Bones, and as he laid prone on the high vantage ground, he took a look through the scope of the Falcon sniper and assessed quietly. So this is the Greater China Alliance? Their strength is not weak. Ah, I see some old acquaintances. Yu Zhong moved the scope and suddenly saw the chief of the Green Bamboo Triad, Gao Ming Hao, seated in the co-driver's seat in an armored vehicle. Yu Zhong lifted his head and took a look. Noticing that it was dusk, he gave a sigh. He did not rush to snipe Gao Ming Hao, instead choosing to observe the troop quietly. Gao Ming Hao sat quietly inside the jeep, his mood extremely comfortable. Initially, when he was forced out of Guilin City by Yu Zhong, he managed to only bring a few of his trusted aides as they escaped pitifully. His efforts and hard work in establishing the 10,000-strong Green Bamboo Triad went down the drain just like that, and he had suffered a tremendous setback. However, when he escaped to the nearby Binqi City, he was scouted and recruited by the Greater China Alliance. The Greater China Alliance allowed Gao Ming Hao to lead his own troops, and helped him bolster his forces. Now he was a small warlord commanding over 1,000 soldiers. Although these were male survivors wielding melee weapons, they were under his control. It caused him to feel great again. Beside Gao Ming Hao, there was a young man who had pale skin, a tall stature, decent looks, but with an aura of weakness and superficiality between his brows. Chuckled at Gao Ming Hao. "Old Gao, once we've taken down Guilin City, you'd better not forget your promise." Gao Ming Hao eyed the young man beside him, and a hint of contempt flashed past his face, but he maintained the amiable smile and replied, "Of course, young Master Jean. After we take down Guilin City, I would definitely find a pair of beautiful twins for your enjoyment." This young man in front of him was called Jin Guangxian, and he was the son of Jin Xingqing, who was the supervisor of the Guangxi part of the Greater China Alliance. Although Jin Guangxian was handsome, he was extremely lustful in nature, and was the perfect example of a hero father and wastrel son. He would be in the company of ladies most of the time, and Gao Minghao despised him. However, Gao Minghao knew how to carry himself, and although he viewed Jin Guangxian in contempt, he continued entertaining him, becoming one of his close friends. Jin Guangxuang chuckled loudly as he said, "Ha ha! The other time you brought me a mother-daughter pair, they were not bad. However, they're a little old for my taste. Next time do take note. I like young and beautiful girls." In the eyes of Jin Guangxian, Gao Minghao was like a dog kept by his house, and regardless of how he ordered, it would be fine. At most, he could just give him a dog bone to chew on, figuratively. In the past, it was the same for Yuan Shikai and his eldest son, Yuan Kuding, who was like that as well. He treated Duan Qirui and Feng Guizhang, whom his father did not dare take lightly, as slaves, and was extremely despotic. Gao Minghao held his rising anger in check, while giving Jin Guangxian a warm smile. "Sure. I got it, young Master Jin. Next time, I'll definitely take note." Right at this time, snowflakes started floating down from the skies. Seeing the snow falling, one of the men in military uniform immediately turned and rushed towards the jeep, smacking the doors hard as he called out, "Young Master Jin! Young Master Jin! Open the door. I have something to report." Jin Guangxian eyed the soldier, his expression one of displeasure as he rolled down the window and felt the chill creeping in, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He hurriedly asked, "What? Duan Ziku? Spit it out. If there's nothing, don't come and bother me." Duan Ziku did not mind Jin Guangxian's disrespect, instead urgently replying, "Young Master Jin, it's snowing now. What do we do? Shall we get the troops to find some shelter first?" Jin Guangxian's eyes narrowed as he replied coldly, "No way. If we hinder my dad's plans just because of the snow, will you be able to bear the responsibility? Even killing your entire family would not be able to make amends for the losses to my Jin family then. Godspeed, Godspeed, can't you understand this logic? To think that you're a military personnel." Duan Ziku laughed bitterly as he explained, "But, young Master Jin, the weather's too cold. We're all Southerners and aren't used to this. If it continues, the soldiers will either freeze to death or be injured heavily. Guangxi was originally warm to begin with, and it seldom snowed there, not to mention snowstorms. In the first winter of the apocalypse, the sudden chill had taken the lives of countless people, and the remaining survivors were still not any better adapted to the cold. Hence, even Yu Zhong had not dared to deploy his forces. Jin Guangxuang seemed to become impatient with the reasoning, and immediately replied before pulling up the window, "Then just let them run. Enough with your blabbering. In those days, when the Red Army trekked the snow mountains and plains, they had not complained. This is just some cold. Bolster their spirits to get through this. Don't bother me anymore. Get the whole army moving, with our utmost speed. Once we obtain Guilin City, they can rest well then." Duan Ziku's expression had turned extremely ugly as he cursed under his breath. Fool! True, in those days, the Red Army had crossed countless terrains, but they had lost many as well. Unless forced to, who would want to trek the mountain and plains? Jin Guangxian continued to stay within the jeep to enjoy the warm air, and naturally could not feel the pain of the common soldiers. Duan Ziku could only helpless relay the stupid command, "All troops, full speed ahead." The speed of the troops suddenly increased a lot. However, from time to time, there would be soldiers who fell lifelessly, never to get back up again. Retard! Yu Zhong watched all these and thought silently. If it were him, the moment he saw the snowflakes, he would pull the troops back, and not wantonly march on in these conditions. These were people from Guangxi, not those northerners from Liaoning, nor were they like those polar bears suited for snow. The snow got heavier and heavier, and soon, a huge gale started to blow. Countless snowflakes flew with the wind, as the snow blanketed the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance, piercing them with a chill like a cold knife that reached the bones. As the soldiers marched on, they shivered uncontrollably, their faces flushed red, and their legs becoming numb as they traversed through the snow, as though they didn't belong to them. Soldiers would fall from time to time, fainting in the snow, and never getting up again. Under those harsh winds, the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance fell like droppings as their temperatures dropped to dangerous levels. The morale and spirit of the soldiers were at an all-time low, and everyone became numb. "It's time!" Yu Zhong saw that a few more soldiers of the Greater China Alliance had fallen in the snow, and he took careful aim at Gao Ming Hao inside the jeep. Yu Zhong was only about a kilometer away from Gao Ming Hao, and he quietly adjusted his breathing, getting his attention at its maximum, and his entire focus was on Gao Ming Hao solely. When the jeep came to a sudden halt, Yu Zhong immediately pulled the trigger. With a single ping, a 14.5mm sniper round immediately pierced through the air, piercing the defensive glass of the keep, and blasted Gao Ming Hao's head into pieces. Even if Gao Ming Hao was a level 49 strength-based evolver, he had no way of defending against that assassination shot from Yu Zhong. Jin Guangxian took a look at Gao Ming Hao's headless body, and he immediately shrieked in terror. "Ah! Help! Help! Save me! Attack! Attack!" The sharp sound resounded across the entire Greater China Alliance's troop. The troops were already at a low point, having to face the harsh and cold snowstorm. Suddenly, they heard that they were under attack, and confusion led to chaos. A large number of the melee weapon-wielding soldiers escaped in all directions. Close to 80% of the original troops fled, as most of them were forcefully conscripted workers, and were meant to be cannon fodder. Their morale was low to begin with, and the moment they thought there was a trap, they quickly fled. Within this armed forces of the Greater China Alliance, there was still a small troop that could fight. It was the 1,500-strong unit of well-equipped soldiers. However, the chaotic frenzy of the cannon fodder had caused the soldiers to be bewildered as well. Good chance! Yu Zhong had not expected a single shot from him to cause such a collapse. However, he was not a man to let go of such opportunities, and he immediately let out a whistle, before charging towards the troops of the Greater China Alliance with white bones. In the midst of that chaos, the heavy firepower of the Greater China Alliance would not be employed, and it was the best time for Yu Zhong to display his strength. Hearing Yu Zhong's whistle, lightning, which had been lying in wait all this while with its over 400 brothers, immediately charged towards the troops of the Greater China Alliance as well. Compared to humans, the mutant beast's ability to withstand cold was much stronger. Even in the snowstorm, Lightning and its brothers could move without problems. Chapter 443. Type 3 Lightning. Chapter 443 Type 3 Lightning. After swallowing the large amount of Type 2 mutant beasts' nuclei as well as the 2 Type 3 mutant beasts' nuclei, it finally triggered an evolution, causing Lightning to evolve into a Type 3 mutant beast as well. Currently, Lightning was almost an entire size larger than its previous form, and it had 40 times the speed of a normal human. The moment it unleashed its full speed, it would cause a sonic boom from breaking the sound barrier. In just a matter of 4 seconds, Lightning had crossed the distance of 1,000 meters, and charged into the midst of the Greater China Alliance's troops with a resounding boom. Its claws slashed about, and numerous soldiers would find their heads swiped away, causing fresh blood to fountain upwards and splatter everywhere. Powerful! Yu Zhong observed Lightning as it broke past the sound barrier and unleashed its devastating damage. This was the might of a Type 3 agility-type mutant beast. It was simply astonishing. Although lightning did not have the fearsome defense of the Type 3 green Jiao python, nor the immense strength, as well as the threatening corrosive poison spit, it had its simplest and most effective weapon: speed. That sonic speed was enough for it to lay waste to numerous enemies. Damn it! 20 of the Greater China Alliance's enhancers were infuriated, and they charged at Lightning. Lightning eyed those enhancers above level 30, and its body flashed, suddenly appearing in the midst of them. In 2 mere seconds, the heads of those 20 enhancers were smacked away, fresh blood splattering everywhere, and they could not even catch a glimpse of Lightning's movements. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps, and managed to reach a maximum speed 17 times that of other humans, and could barely manage to keep up with Lightning's figure. Even with this speed, he was barely reaching the terrifying degree of combat potential that Lightning now possessed. As for other enhancers, whose speed were lacking, they could not catch any of the movements, not to mention putting up a resistance. Yu Zhong charged forwards and appeared near a tank. He activated his Art of Fear, and a huge spirit force assailed outwards, with Yu Zhong as the center. In a single instant, all the soldiers within the tank were submerged in the terrifying hallucinations and fainted. Only those with spirit values high enough or special skills and equipment that could block the Art of Fear attack from Yu Zhong survived. Those other tank operators were simply helpless. The rest of the tanks were focused on the mutant leopard cats, and were firing wildly at them. As rounds after rounds blasted in the midst of the leopard cats, some of the mutant leopard cats were blasted into charred pieces. Those mutant leopard cats could not withstand the heavy firearms. Even Lightning, a Type 3 mutant leopard cat, would be blasted to smithereens if it was caught, not to mention the ordinary mutant leopard cats. The various IFVs were also firing at the mutant leopard cats with their 25mm cannons, blasting a few of the mutant leopard cats apart, dyeing the ground crimson with rivulets of blood. As for those self-propelling rockets, due to the restrictions of the range, they could not display their full might. Yu Zhong took the opportunity when the Greater China Alliance was distracted by the mutant leopard cats, and flashed about, activating his Art of Fear continuously, sending waves of terror sweeping outwards in all directions. His tactics caused many of the soldiers in the tanks and IFVs to faint from the terrifying spirit attack. On the other side, White Bones had charged into the midst of the soldiers, its bone blades dancing about, slicing any soldier unfortunate enough to be in its way into pieces. After losing the suppression of the IFVs and tanks, the 400 mutant leopard cats wreaked havoc on the remaining unlucky soldiers, charging into their camps, and pouncing onto many of the fleeing warriors, ripping their necks off. The moment the soldiers had to face the mutant leopard cats right after being buffeted by the snowstorm, their spirits were on the brink of collapsing, and many of them threw down their weapons and tried to escape. They did not know where to run to in the middle of the snowstorm, but it was better to be frozen to death than to be eaten alive by mutant beasts. Yu Zhong eyed those fleeing soldiers and hollered loudly, "Throw down your weapons! Raise your hands in the air! I'll spare those who surrender!" Those soldiers had lost all will to fight, and were only concerned about not being eaten alive. The moment they heard Yu Zhong's words, they quickly abandoned their weapons, raising their hands, and looked at the mutant leopard cats with fear. Lightning howled once, and all the mutant leopard cats eyed those humans who surrendered, their eyes flashing with unwillingness, but turned their attention away from them, and made for others who had not surrendered. Seeing that it was effective, all the remaining soldiers immediately surrendered to Yu Zhong. Duan Ziku came up with a bitter expression as he announced, "I'm Duan Ziku. I'm the commander of these soldiers. I'm officially surrendering, and I hope that you can look upon my troops favorably." Yu Zhong pointed to the shuddering figure of Jin Guangxian that he dragged out, whose face was pale, and asked, "Who's this?" Jin Guangxian immediately stammered out loud, I'm Jin Guangxian. I'm the Song of Jin Xingqing, the Greater China Alliance supervisor of the Guangxi region. I've surrendered. You can't kill me. Yu Zhong glanced at Duan Ziku before saying solemnly, I'm Yu Zhong. Duan Ziku. How about being my subordinate? Working for someone like him is too demeaning for you. Yu Zhong had initially intended to just observe the troops of the Greater China Alliance. He had not expected the Jin Guangxian to be such a bag of straw, and had actually ordered the troops to march on in the snow. With a single shot, he was able to dismantle the great army of this Greater China Alliance, causing them to collapse. Currently, there were only Lightning and its 400 brothers beside Yu Zhong. No one else was present to control the captives. Regardless of what kind of person Duan Ziku was, or whether he had the ability or not, he was still the commander of these soldiers, and this was the optimal choice now. Yu Zhong stared at Duan Ziku and said, As long as you serve me, I'll naturally look favorably upon you and your troops. Duan Ziku mulled silently for a while, before lifting his head and asked, Yu Zhong, if I were to join you, what are your plans? Are you going to become a warlord? Yu Zhong looked directly at Duan Ziku and replied slowly, My aim is to use military force to dispel all warlord factions within China, reuniting the entire country, and establishing a new country. Yu Zhong had gotten to where he was step by step, and he had transformed from a weak, ordinary humans under him into mighty persons with a large faction to rely on. His ambitions had slowly increased as well. At first, he just wanted to find a place where no one would control him, so that he could live on peacefully. Now, he wanted to abolish and hopefully absorb the many factions, and unite the whole country. Even though he had not seen it himself, he knew that there were many factions littered across the whole country. His own force now was one of many as well. Who knew how many people possessed an unbridled ambition? The Greater China Alliance was also one of many factions. Duan Ziku's eyes flashed with a hint of awe as he saluted Yu Zhong and said, Please let me be a part of your plans. Yu Zhong immediately grinned and said, Great! From now on, you're a commander under me. Commander Duan. Please organize your troops together with White Bones. We have to leave here as soon as possible. We need to seek shelter from the snow. Yu Zhong naturally would not easily believe that Duan Ziku could instantly become a loyal subordinate. Since he had no other men to utilize now, he needed Duan Ziku to obey his commands and see how it went from there. Duan Ziku heard the orders and immediately saluted once more, before striding towards the others. Yes, Chief! White Bones followed closely beside Duan Ziku. If there were any strange movements, White Bones could easily take care of it. Duan Ziku had a presence and authority within these troops. Very quickly, he managed to gather all the captives, and even woke those soldiers who had fainted from the art of fear hallucinations. Yu Zhong led the force that had only 1,200 soldiers remaining towards a small town. The majority of the Greater China Alliance soldiers had fled, and only these remaining 1,200 had remained behind in order to band together to resist Yu Zhong earlier. These 1,200 soldiers weren't weak in fact. They could be on par with the elites that Yu Zhong were training in his elite battalion. However, due to Jin Guangxian's ineptness, it had caused the soldiers to feel worse. At the same time, Yu Zhong, White Bones as well as the terror that Lightning and its brothers caused were enough to dispel any notion of resistance. If it were another place and time, if both sides were to engage in an actual battle, in order to forcefully subjugate this force of 1,200, Yu Zhong would definitely have to pay a higher price. After traveling for about an hour in the snow, Yu Zhong and the rest entered a small town. The zombies within the town had long since been cleared by the humans, and when those soldiers entered the town, they began searching for suitable homes and shelter as they huddled within, shivering in the cold. Within a building, Yu Zhong immediately set fire to a wooden bed frame, and a number of the soldiers gathered around the fire to warm themselves up. The two attributes that determined the body's resistance to the cold was vitality and endurance. Very few enhancers in the Greater China Alliance had focused on these two, hence they felt the cold all the way to their bones. Yu Zhong eyed Duan Ziku and asked, "What kind of organization is the Greater China Alliance?" Although someone had told Yu Zhong about the movements of the Greater China Alliance, the person did not know the exact details and makeup of the Greater China Alliance. Duan Ziku thought for a moment, gathering his thoughts before he replied directly, "The Greater China Alliance." The Greater China Alliance was an union that was formed from a number of warlord factions coming together. They had communicated through radio. Although it was termed an alliance, in truth, there was almost no relationship between these warlords. It was a load of complete bull. Other than the broadcasting station, they lacked other means of communications. At the same time, no one of them wanted to give up their own establishments they worked so hard to get. However, after the alliance was formed, the total number of people these warlords shared amongst themselves became over 1 million, with many experts amongst them. It was a decent-sized threat to anyone who hears of them. Although they did not have any close relationships, they would share intel from time to time, and it became such that an alliance was more beneficial than not. Jin Xingqing was in charge of the Guangxi region, which happened to be the strongest force. He had over 80,000 survivors under him, and had opened 2 military camps near him, retrieving 5 infantry battalions worth of equipment. At the same time, he established a survivor force of over 20,000 as they went around in search of more resources. Duan Ziku was the leader of one of these forces, numbering at 10,000. Of course, Jin Xingqing could easily deploy a 20,000-strong army was because he forced a lot of young men to be drafted. As long as there were fit and able-bodied young men, he would conscript them into the forces. These was how he managed to put together a force of 20,000. Truthfully, if Yu Zhong was that vicious as well, he could easily pull out a force of 200,000. However, their combat power would definitely be lacking, and just paying the wages of the 200,000 would be enough to burn through his resources. Jin Xingqing's base of operations was in Ninghua District, near Binqi City. Although he could not conquer a city, subjugating a small district wasn't a problem. According to Duan Ziku's explanations, the current force that Jin Xingqing had with him was even stronger than the one that Duan Ziku brought out, and not some pushover force. Yu Zhong looked at Duan Ziku and said solemnly, "Tell me all about the call signs you guys have within Guilin City." "Yes." Duan Ziku's heart went cold and directly gave the information. Yu Zhong memorized those secret call signs and told Duan Ziku, "I'm going out for a bit. Duan Ziku, White Bones, you guys lead the soldiers to rest here within the town for a day." "Yes." Duan Ziku eyed White Bones beside him before responding in a clear voice. White Bones nodded slightly at Yu Zhong. It had already a primary level of intellect, and had gained 1 point of enhancement in it. It already knew how to handle some basic matters. The moment Yu Zhong went out, he leapt onto Lightning's back and said solemnly, "Back to Guilin City." Lightning instantly unleashed its maximum speed, bounding off into the snowstorm like a hurricane itself. With its speed that broke the sound barrier, sharp winds blanketed Yu Zhong constantly. If it wasn't for his high endurance, he would have been shredded to pieces. With Lightning's full speed of Mach 1, in just half an hour, Yu Zhong had already returned to Guilin City. Chapter 444. Chaos Strikes. Chapter 444. Chaos Strikes. The snowflakes were falling from the sky, on the road leading from Guilin City to Binqi City. Murong he had a look of worry as he looked at the sky, his emotions riled up. "Shit! Why did it start snowing? This sort of weather is really going to be a bother." Standing beside Murong-he, Zhang Shui Wang smiled gently. Relax, Murong. Although the snow is a little heavy, it's not a snowstorm yet. As long as they can get past it, they would be able to reach here. Murong-he shook off the snow on his shoes, before sighing heavily. He chuckled bitterly. I'm worried that the longer it takes, the more likely that person is going to find out. That would be dangerous. Zhang Shui Wang was unsure what to think and kept silent. At this time, in the distance, in the midst of the snowstorm, a signal was fired into the sky, lighting up the skies. Murong-he saw the signal and became excited. They're here! They're here! Murong-he had been waiting bitterly for this moment, and the moment he saw the signal, he became excited. Right at this time, an intelligence officer came to Murong-he's side and saluted before saying, Commander, Leader Yuzhong had sent someone to seek an audience. Do you want to grant an audience? A look of wariness immediately flashed past Murong-he's eyes. Who's that? Yuzhong had countless experts under him, and just as things were going to happen, Murong-he wasn't willing to allow an expert to stand guard beside him. The officer replied, That person is Dan Hong. Murong-he mulled for a while before saying, Bring him to me. Soon after, Dan Hong came in front of Murong-he and said, Commander Murong, Leader has an assignment for you. Please head over to the army by yourself. Murong-he became sullen as his eyes narrowed. Now? Can't it wait? Dan Hong's expression fell as he handed a document over. Commander Murong, please don't make things difficult for me. This is a document from Leader. If you don't go, I have the authority to detain you. Murong-he held up the document and looked at it once before laughing coldly, and tore it apart forcefully, right in Dan Hong's face. Yuzhong! What an arrogant attitude! Just because he wants to remove me, it will happen as he wish. Dan Hong's expression changed for the worst as he rebuked. Murong-he! Are you thinking of rebelling? Murong-he laughed coldly and ordered, That's just my intention. I'm rebelling against that tyrant Yuzhong. Apprehend him. Release the signal. 2 soldiers came forward and grabbed Dan Hong, while another immediately released a signal towards the skies. The moment the signal flare rose to the clouds within Guilin City itself, another flare was fired. You dare to rebel! Dan Hong was dumbstruck as he looked at Murong-he, his expression turning ugly, his body trembling uncontrollably as well. A strange glint flashed across Murong-he's eyes as he spoke in a ringing voice. So what if I do? Yuzhong is cruel and merciless. For the sake of the country and the people, I'm cleansing this place of him. It's time. It's time. Kill Yuzhong. Kill Yuzhong. For the sake of the country, kill Yuzhong. Those trusted aides and officers beside Murong-he were hollering with passion. Under their instigation, the rest who had no prior intention to rebel could only shout along helplessly. In such circumstances, those who had a contrary view would most likely face death, and they didn't want to die yet. Furthermore, they have not followed Yuzhong for long, and weren't particularly loyal to him. Just when the scene was turning chaotic, Yuzhong strolled out silently from the shadows, looking at Murong-he and the other rebelling commanders, as his cold and aloof voice rang out. Oh! Is this a rebellion, a treachery to our country? The moment Murong-he caught sight of Yuzhong, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and retreated a few steps. The 8 experts beside him immediately came in front of him to stand between Yuzhong and him. Within Guilin City, almost everyone knew how crazily strong Yuzhong was, and other than those mythical and legendary figures that have been training nonstop within the mountain range, not a single person dared to say they were a match for Yuzhong. As he hid behind those experts, Murong-he regained his bravado as he stared at Yuzhong and laughed grimly. Yuzhong? Your timing was just nice. Today will be your funeral. Yuzhong chuckled coldly in response as he waved his hands, and 2 soldiers came out with a 17 18-year-old youth, as well as a 36 to 37-year-old lady in tow. Murong he had just finished his words and his face fell, eyes turning bloodshot as he almost lost his composure and screamed, "Xiao Jian! Ai! Yu Zhong! You bastard! Xiao Jian! Why is Xiao Jian in your hands?" The 17 to 18-year-old youth was called Murong Jian, and was Murong He's precious son. The lady was his wife. Murong Jian's eyes were filled with tears as he screamed wretchedly, "Dad! Save me! Daddy, please save me!" There was a gun placed at his temple, and the moment Yu Zhong gave the order, the gun would immediately claim Murong Jian's life, blasting a hole in his head. Following which, numerous youths were brought out like captives, with guns pointed at their heads from behind. Little Bao! Xiao Man! Jin Shi! When the various commanders of Murong he saw their children being brought out, they turned clammy. These were their offspring, and had been rounded up and brought here. Seeing their loved ones as captives, their hearts were filled with unprecedented fear. Yu Zhong spoke out coldly, "Since you guys have chosen to revolt, you must have been prepared for this. I'm giving you 15 seconds to consider. Those who surrender get the hell over here. I can spare your family, and even leave you with your dog life. Otherwise, I'll first kill your family, then it will be your turn. My patience has its limits. From now, 15. Seeing their family members in the hands of Yu Zhong, all the rebelling personnel immediately turned pale, and their hearts started to waver. "Don't kill my son. I surrender." One of the commanders was ashen by now, and he leapt out, running towards Yu Zhong. Murong He's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and wanted to shoot that commander dead on the spot. However, as he watched his own son being held captive, he hesitated. Yu Zhong eyed those officers seemingly unsure of what to do and laughed coldly. "All right. I forgot to mention. The signal earlier was under my orders. The Greater China Alliance that you've been waiting for won't be coming. They have already been buried in the snowstorm by me." The moment this news came out, it instantly caused many of the hesitating officers to suck in a cold breath, and knew that it had all been a trap. Yu Zhong had made use of the Greater China Alliance to clean up all those who were disloyal. If Murong He and his men had been lying quietly in wait all these while, Yu Zhong would have no means to deal with them. After all, he had just gained control, and could not touch these old-timers without a valid reason, lest he face a backlash from the other commanders. However, the moment Murong He and the rest started a revolt, then things would be different. No one would tolerate the idea of a rebel, and Yu Zhong would then be able to cleanse his army from all these viruses. Even the other commanders would have nothing to say, otherwise Yu Zhong could make use of the chance to apprehend them as well. "I surrender. Don't harm my wife and daughter. I surrender. Don't kill my son." With no hope of victory, many of the officers looked defeated and devastated, and began to surrender, kneeling on the ground. Each time there was an officer that came and surrendered, their families would be released. After 15 seconds, there were only 6 experts and 7 other pale-faced commanders left beside Murong He. Murong He had a stricken look as he shrieked, "Wait! Yu Zhong, I surrender! Please release my son Xiao Jian and my wife." "Kill!" Yu Zhong ordered coldly. Pung! Pung! A stream of gunshot sounds rang out, and the families of the 7 commanders were all shot dead, as 20 young men and women slumped lifelessly in pools of their own blood. Seeing this, all those who had surrendered had expressions of shock, as they shuddered. If they were just the slightest bit slower, their families would have been gunned down like that in cold blood. This young man in front of them had a heart of steel, and was not merciful towards any obstructions to him. "Yu Zhong, I want your family dead. Yu Zhong, I won't forgive you." The commanders beside Murong He instantly roared in madness, their eyes filled with deep hatred and sorrow, as they made to charge at him. "Do it! At this time, Zhang Shuiwang, who had been standing beside Murong He, ordered coldly. The 7 personal guards of Zhang Shuiwang immediately opened fire, spraying at the officers beside Murong He. Under the blanket of bullets, those officers had not the time to defend, and were instantly punched full of holes, as they fell to the ground dead. Sharp bone spikes came out from a soldier that was inconspicuous beside Zhang Shuiwang, directly nailing the heads of the 6 experts guarding Murong He to the ground. They had all been on guard against Yuzhong, and had not expected a strike from their friend Zhang Shuiwang. Murong He was flabbergasted as he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Shuiwang accusingly. "It's you! Old Zhang, you actually betrayed us?" Zhang Shuiwang looked at Murong He and said slowly, "That's right. Murong, it was I who betrayed you guys. Yes, Yuzhong might not be the perfect leader. However, of all the things that you guys should not have done, the worst thing you guys did was to revolt in the face of an assault by 3 million zombies. Have you ever thought that in such weather, how would the 900,000 survivors escape to anywhere? Even if they did successfully escape to the next city or district, how many will die in the process? For the sake of the citizens, you guys have to pay." Zhang Shuiwang was in fact unhappy and dissatisfied with Yu Zhong's treatment of himself. However, he was a man of principles and looked at things from a larger perspective. He was extremely clear that in such weather conditions, the moment they had to evacuate the 900,000 survivors, many would not be able to live past a few days. Hence, the moment the Greater China Alliance tried to entice him into joining them, he had immediately went to report to Yu Zhong. "Ha ha! Ha ha! Yu Zhong, this is all on me. Please look favorably upon my family, I will definitely give you a proper account." Murong He smiled sadly, and pulled out a gun from his pocket, closing his eyes shut and pulling the trigger. With a pring, the brains of Murong He were blasted out and splattered onto the ground, as his lifeless body slumped down. The moment Murong He died, the rest of the officers immediately knelt to surrender, and those who were going with the flow immediately put down their weapons, their hands hugging their heads. There was a tension in the air as they awaited their judgment. Yu Zhong eyed those kneeling officers and coldly ordered, "Take these rebels and their families and throw them in the scum battalion. Place them on the front lines. Such trash, even at such a critical juncture, they want to cause problems." Although there were many officers amongst them that were experienced, Yu Zhong would not use them, and directly throw them into the scum battalion, treating them as cannon fodder. While these men had talents, they harbored ill intents. If Yu Zhong did not punish them sufficiently, they would start to think that it was all right to continue to rebel. Numerous soldiers came forward, and apprehended those officers, leading them away. Zhang Shuiwang came in front of Yu Zhong and saluted. "Leader!" Yu Zhong grinned at Zhang Shuiwang, before pointing to a 26 to 27-year-old young man whose entire being radiated a sturdy aura as he said, "Well done! Zhang Shuiwang, from now on, you're in charge of Murong He's 7th Battalion. This is Li Zhao. He will be your vice-commander, and will assist you in whipping the 7th Battalion into shape." Zhang Shuiwang was clear that this was Yu Zhong's way of cleaning up the 7th Battalion, at the same time, not giving him all the power. However, he was extremely comfortable with that as he replied, "Yes, leader. I will definitely work well with Li Zhao to clean up and whip the 7th Battalion into shape." Yu Zhong saw how Zhang Shuiwang was so forthright and nodded. Such a person could become the top general to Du Shan Xiong, was definitely capable. It was just that in the past, Yu Zhong was still hesitant to utilize him. After all, he was forced to submit to Yu Zhong. After this matter, Zhang Shuiwang had readily offered him information on the Greater China Alliance, and it was still under the enticement of their side. Hence, from some perspectives, Zhang Shuiwang was still reliable. "I guess that the other places must be coming under control as well." Yu Zhong had cleaned up the scene of Murong He, and he turned to look towards the city center, thinking quietly to himself. Chapter 445. The Powerful War Phoenix Squad. Chapter 445. The Powerful War Phoenix Squad. It's time. Everyone, kill. It's our chance to take down Yu Zhong. Eradicate Yu Zhong. Kill. When Yu Zhong embarked on his cleansing of the triads and gangs, many of them had collapsed, but a few experts had managed to hide within the safety of their families and friends. There were even a few who switched to the conducting of legitimate businesses. However, they missed the days of past where they could walk around brazenly and oppress anyone as they liked. The moment someone gave the signal, many of them leapt at the chance and banded together. When Murong he had released the signal, all sorts of characters unleashed their inner suppressed dissatisfaction and anger, wrecking anything that they laid their eyes on. Ha 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 ha! Burn! Burn! I'll raise you all! A number of young coolies of about 15 to 16 years old with their hair dyed blonde were running through the streets with torches, setting fire to every shop they saw. Anyone who rushed to protect their own shops would be beaten up till they could not get up. No! You animals! One shopkeeper saw his blood and sweat being set ablaze by those hooligans, and his eyes shone with a gaze full of agony and fury. He had bought the shop after painstakingly saving his ration ticket. He was prepared to live a better life, now that his shop was burnt to the ground by those coolies, and his heart was full of pain. Right at this time, 20 armed policemen equipped with assault rifles charged over, eyeing those coolies with an icy glare, and instantly fired wildly. Ta-ta-ta gunshots rang out. A number of coolies were instantly shot full of holes as they slumped to the ground. Ah! Don't kill me! I'm still 14. I'm only... One coolie saw his comrades falling in pools of their own blood, and he screamed out in terror. Even the rascals of today's society knew to use their age to their advantage, to escape punishment. However, in the apocalypse, as long as one was a terrorist, regardless of age, race, or background, the special forces would execute without prejudice. In fact, whenever the fabric of society was threatened, and in any chaotic situation, there would be terrorists or extremists with agendas that made their presence known and felt. Against these terrorists, the People's Republic of China had always chosen to execute them. However, as the control of the media had always been tight, there would be no chance for any such cases to make any headlines, and only such firm, iron-like treatment could scare and deter any potential troublemakers. Otherwise, they would spread their ideologies and threaten society itself. It must be known that a single jewelry shop could be worth a few hundred thousands. If there were such people around, there would be no end to the robberies and acts of self-interest. That young coolie had barely screamed out for 3 seconds when bullets riddled his body full of holes, and he slumped to the floor dead. Those special forces did not so much as spare more than a few glances at the dead bodies, before they continued towards other areas to suppress the threatening insurgencies. Ha 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 ha! 6 enhancers who were at least level 30 and above were wielding their knives and marching brazenly on the street. Their task was to incite more chaos and trouble within the town center of Guilin City, attracting the attention of the army under Yu Zhong. Help! They're murdering people! As the 6 of them went around and wantonly engaged in slaughter, the masses were plunged into chaos. Purring! All of a sudden, the leader who had just killed a number of people was suddenly shot, a new bullet hole appearing in his head. His entire body slumped to the floor. Sniper! The faces of the remaining 5 immediately fell, as they made their way hastily towards an alley. Right at this time, a flash of a black shadow went by, accompanied by the swishing of a blade, and one of the enhancers was immediately chopped in 2 at the waist. Before the remaining 4 had the chance to react, the black shadow flitted about and slaughtered another 2. 2 silent blades made out of air was conjured, and chopped the remaining 2 apart as well. After making short work of those 6 enhancers, a special forces unit came coming out of an alley and asked the black figure, "Friend, who are you?" The figure was wearing a black cape, his entire body dressed in black, and his looks handsome. The youth looked towards the leader of the special forces, Zhang Heng, and replied solemnly, "I do not care for these brutes that caused such wanton slaughter. Please don't mind me." The corner of Zhang Heng's mouth lifted, as he looked at the youthful male in black and led his men towards another direction, as he replied, "Let's go!" In this world there were all sorts of figures who became enhancers. There were some students, some farmers, officials, even army personnel and villagers could become enhancers. And amongst these people, there were bound to be 1 or 2 eccentric characters. In this apocalyptic world, having 1 or 2 caped vigilantes wasn't necessarily a bad thing as well. Zhang Heng had seen many things. As long as the youth was not his enemy, he didn't want to make an enemy out of him either. After all, while the youth did truly come off as pretentious, he was not weak at all. The youth dressed in black watched Zhang Heng and the rest leaving towards another direction and hastily called out, "My name is called Li Tai. Blazing Wind Li Tai." Reporting his name after doing a good deed, that was Li Tai's habit. Otherwise, with all his efforts to do good, no one would know of him. Zhang Heng chuckled silently, and continued to proceed with haste. Under the combined efforts of the 3 police forces, all those troublemakers who took the chance to wreak havoc were suppressed. There were even civilian experts who lent a hand as well, subduing any offenders. Yu Zhong had not done anything spectacular, but his cleaning up of the streets, as well as the sentencing of any bad eggs to the scum battalion, had earned the respect and admiration of the commoners, as the whole of Guilin City had become a lot safer. After all, without the oppression of those gangsters and hoodlums, those small-time businessmen didn't have to deal with the extra layer of cost. Their lives also became a lot better. Just as the police force were engaged with handling the city, at a villa that belonged to Yu Zhong, a group of women were wielding weapons and launching an assault on the building. These women were the ex-members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. How come it's still not done? Ding Mei's eyes were icy cold as she glared at her trusted aide Wang Yu and questioned sternly. Wang Yu was an ordinary-looking woman with a face full of pimples. Her long hair reached her shoulders and her stature was burly and tall, reaching a height of 1.7 m. She was the top expert under Ding Mei, and her enhancement level was 45, and her combat ability truly astonishing. In this world, it was not that only beauties were expert. In fact, most current female experts had builds like Wang Yu and were ordinary-looking as well. Other than Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao on Yu Zhong's side, the rest of the beauties had been groomed by him after spending a large amount of resources. With enough resources, a normal person could also become an expert. However, if such an expert were to clash against an expert like Yu Zhong who had battled his way upwards, the combat ability would definitely be vastly different as well. By now, Wang Yu's body was shuddering just a little as she broke out in cold sweat under that fearsome gaze of Ding Mei, and she replied carefully, "Chief, their firepower is too fierce. If we want to force our way in, the sisters would suffer a lot more." Ding Mei's expression frosted over as she stood straight up. "Regardless, we have to take this place down. Yu Zhong's not a simple character. The moment he makes his way here, we will all suffer a fate worse than death. Before he reacts, we need to subdue the villa and take his women and family hostage. Only then we can hold the cards to attack and retreat whenever. This is our only chance. If we fail, we won't have a next time. Forget it, I'll do it myself." Ding Mei had wanted to preserve her energy, to handle the fights to come later on. However, Wang Yu had no way of breaching the defenses in a short time, and Ding Mei was becoming restless. Wang Yu was shocked and tried to coax her. "Chief, give me one more chance. This time I will definitely do my best to assault the villa." Ding Mei's eyes flashed with a gaze that would cause people to flinch. No! I need to quickly end this. Go get the War Phoenix team ready. Yes. Wang Yu replied respectfully. The War Phoenix team was the core battle strength of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and was made up of the 10 strongest females in the Triad. Everyone inside was above level 40, and they had enhanced their level 3 skills 3 times. Furthermore, they had 2 naturally awakened evolvers, which was incredibly hard to find. This was their true trump card. Wang Yu was also a member of the team. Initially, Ding Mei had offered up all weapons, most of her force, as well as rations to Yu Zhong. However, the core War Phoenix team had been hidden by her. Hiding a large force was not easy, but a small team of 10 was easy to bury in a huge city of people. 10 women came marching while donning Type 2 mutant beast hides, their gazes sharp, hands wielding maces as well as dark magic blades, and they stood quietly beside Ding Mei. Just by standing there, they exuded a strong, cold, killing intent. They were not weak women who stood behind men, but were warriors that held their own against zombies and mutant beasts, baptized by a sea of blood. Every single one of them was an elite, not necessarily losing out to any of Yu Zhong's subordinate. Ding Mei was wearing a set of fiery red tight clothes, causing her explosive figure to be accentuated. She gazed at the members of the War Phoenix and coldly declared, "The targets are Yu Zhong's women and his parents. Everyone else? Slaughter them all." Chapter 446 Fearsome Weapons of War. Chapter 446 Fearsome Weapons of War. After saying her piece, Ding Mei's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she shot towards the villa of Yu Zhong like an arrow. The 10 members of the War Phoenix followed closely behind. Under the lead of the War Phoenix, 70 other members of the original Scarlet Phoenix Triad also grabbed their weapons and spread out in a skirmish line, launching assaults on the villa. These women led tough and pitiful lives at the start of the apocalypse. After being absorbed into the ranks of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and undergoing the intense training, every one of them possessed a strong fighting will, and would not lose to the soldiers under Yu Zhong. Right at this time, within the villa, gunfire broke out, as a huge rain of metal bullets buffeted the female warriors of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. When the machine guns started spraying, those female warriors were suppressed, some even being punched full of holes as they fell to the ground. The ones still alive and only wounded released blood-curdling screams of pain. Other than the machine guns, there were various mortar teams that went all out, launching explosives onto the members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. Under the assault of such heavy fire, many members of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were blasted into pieces. The battlefield was a cruel and merciless place. Here, be it women, the elderly, or even the children, would not be spared from any firearms, as the guns had no eyes, nor moral codes, only serving to kill enemies. Facing that sort of firepower, regardless of how strong-willed the women were, they would still be injured. The area was filled with moaning and shrieking women. As for the War Phoenix, who were led by Ding Mei, they fended off the bullets and charged towards the villa in a mad rush, using their skills and abilities to resist the attacks. One of them, an agility-based evolver, flitted about in the rain of bullets like a specter. As long as the bullets weren't hitting her head, they were being deflected off by the mutant beast hide. Although she had received a number of bullets, she wasn't injured and wasn't dead. Another enhancer with the telekinesis ability activated a psychic barrier, and as the bullets hit the barrier, they bounced off harmlessly. There was even an enhancer who could manipulate metal, as she activated an entire thick steel carapace around her, and as the bullets landed on the metal defense, they bounced off it, not damaging it in the slightest. A summoning type in their ranks summoned a 3m tall polar bear, and the polar bear relied on its massive size to block the bullet. Ding Mei's eyes flashed, and as she ran through the rain of bullets, she eyed the distance and waved her hands. In that instant, 3 flying daggers shot out like lightning, piercing the necks of 3 soldiers, killing them immediately. Wang Yu eyed the soldiers afar, and slapped out with a single hand in attack. A number of ice shards appeared out of thin air, and shot towards the soldiers of Yuzhong. Barraged by those ice shards, 2 of the soldiers were immediately killed, and another 3 heavily injured, their bodies seemingly frozen solid. The prowess of the War Phoenix was truly tyrannical, as they relied on just their abilities to resist the firepower from Yuzhong's subordinates. Just as Ding Mei had killed 7 of the soldiers and was preparing to charge into the villa, when she felt a strong chill at the back of her spine. She discovered that in the villa, there were 4 IFVs hidden amongst the grass with their cannons aimed at the gate, waiting to fire. Other than those 4 IFVs, there were even 8 other 14. 5mm machine gun-mounted vehicles aimed at the gate as well. The next moment, the IFVs and machine gun-mounted vehicles unleashed a wild barrage of bullets at Ding Mei as well as the members of the War Phoenix. The barrier user was instantly assaulted by a torrential rain of bullets, and after withholding for 3 seconds, the psychic barrier disintegrated, as she spat out a mouthful of blood. A stray 14.5mm round then struck her body, tearing her body in 2. The 3M tall polar bear was also punched full of holes the moment it faced the heavy firepower, and one of the cannons pierced directly through it and punched a massive hole in the body of the summoner right behind it. Even the female, who was surrounded by a layer of steel, was not spared. The thick 3 cm layer of steel that covered her was punctured at numerous places, and her body riddled with holes as a result. The agility-based evolver, who had a speed that could match Bai Shaoxing, managed to dodge all the normal bullets, but unfortunately, she did not dodge one 14.5mm round. In an instant, she was sent flying back a few meters, landing crumpled on the floor, her bones mangled in many areas. She spat out a mouthful of blood before dying. The Type 2 mutant beast hide could resist a 14.5mm bullet, but those rapid machine guns carried an immense force, and unless they had an endurance like Yuzhong that was 15 times that of a normal person, they would almost definitely be pierced through. Yuzhong had hidden a number of such weapons within the villa, and the moment they unleashed their ferocity, those exceptional female warriors of the War Phoenix instantly lost 7 of their members, while the remaining 3 and Ding Mei had to expend all their energy just to be able to escape. Ding Mei hid behind a cover with a bewildered and stricken look. How did it come to this? Don't tell me. Yuzhong already knew we were going to strike? In truth, Yuzhong did know that there would be a rebellion, and hence deployed a number of the weapons to a few key locations. However, he did not know exactly who the Greater China Alliance had contacted. He had only information given to him by Zhang Shuiwang, which involved Morong He. The Greater China Alliance had revealed a part of the plan when they thought that Zhang Shuiwang was on board, but had not revealed everything, purely because they were still cautious as well. Exhilarating Jiao was decked in military uniform as she spoke through a loud hailer. Those people outside, listen up. Everyone is to put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, we'll kill without mercy. When Ding Mei heard Exhilarating Jiao's words, she clenched her fists tightly and grinded her teeth. She was extremely unwilling, thinking, surrender? Never. I will never lower my head to anyone. Right at this time, from afar, the sounds of propellers rang out, and 2 assault helicopters flew overhead. The moment they were in the sky, they unleashed a line of bullets as well as napalm fire at Ding Mei and the rest of the Scarlet Phoenix triad who were hiding behind cover. Hong! Hong! The continuous explosions rang out crazily, as 2 of the remaining War Phoenix members got caught in the blast zone and were shredded into pieces. A huge part of the land caught fire as the blazing flames seemed to reach the skies, and a number of the other Scarlet Phoenix members were instantly incinerated where they were. There were many experts in the Scarlet Phoenix, and if they were to engage in a forceful assault, the subordinates awaiting in the villa would definitely suffer casualties. Many of the Scarlet Phoenix members held the upper hand in close combat after all. However, in the face of those two assault helicopters, there was no chance whatsoever for the experts of the Scarlet Phoenix to retaliate. This was the true might of modern weapons of war. Of course, there would be the constant evolution of the strong, especially someone like Yu Zhong, who could use his own tanky body to withstand the might of modern weaponry. However, that was not to say that such weapons were trash. Even ordinary evolvers would find it hard to contend against the might of the military. The appearance of the two assault helicopters dashed all hopes of a comeback for Ding Mei, as she bit her lips till they broke and bled, and ordered, "Retreat! Everyone, escape out of Guilin City!" This time, since Ding Mei had resolved to rebel, she had not entertained the thought of surrendering to Yu Zhong. It was clear that they would receive his wrath. No one could tolerate any rebellion, especially when they had chosen such a crucial moment, where Yu Zhong is preoccupied with dealing with the impending zombie horde. The female warriors of the Scarlet Phoenix exhibited astonishing will to fight. Even under that rain of bullets and fire, they did not scatter. However, the appearance of the assault helicopters as well as Ding Mei's orders caused them to collapse, and they fought to scramble in all directions. Unfortunately, the two assault helicopters were not going to let it go, as they engaged their weapons again, firing at those female warriors. "I surrender! Don't kill me! I surrender!" Seeing their comrades being ripped to pieces, the strongest of wills would also be battered, and many submitted to the troops of Yu Zhong. On the other side, Ding Mei witnessed all these and gritted her teeth, grabbing the remaining Wang Yu as they made their way into the distance. She was incredibly stubborn, and even though the Scarlet Phoenix was truly finished, as long as she was alive, based on her power, she could assemble another team somewhere else again. The moment Ding Mei ran, the remaining members of the Scarlet Phoenix were soon rounded up and thrown into the women's scum battalion. Yu Zhong was never one to be merciful to his enemies, and regardless of gender, as long as they were enemies, he would not let them off. Hence, within the scum battalion, there was the male division and female division. Within the women division, it was filled with all the female enemies of him, as well as the female family members of any traitors or wrongdoers. This time, the three main powers that the Greater China Alliance had tried to attract to their side were Murong He, Zhang Shui Wang as well as Ding Mei. With regards to the other high-ranking officials, they didn't dare try to approach. With Murong He and Ding Mei out of the picture, and Zhang Shui Wang supporting Yu Zhong, Guilin City soon regained its peace. Chapter 447. The Zombie Horde Attacks. Chapter 447. The Zombie Horde Attacks. Within an office in Guilin City, Yu Zhong and Hu Yi sat opposite each other. Ningyu Xian prepared 2 cups of clear tea and served them both before leaving the office. Hu Yi had an ashamed expression as he spoke. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't even manage to hold on for a day, and lost 30 of our brothers." With 200 experts that were above level 30 that had went on the expedition, losing 30 was no small loss. Yu Zhong had a grave look as he questioned, "What happened? How were you guys defeated so quickly?" Hu Yi and the 200 enhancers were all strong, and could handle a group of more than 10,000 zombies on their own. As long as they made use of the terrain, even 3 million zombies would be impeded by them for at least a day or two. However, they had actually returned within a day. There must have been a reason. Hu Yi's face was crestfallen as he replied, "Big bro, within the Horde there's a new evolved type. It's called the Devourer, and they can consume other zombie corpses to evolve. Ordinary attacks cannot do much to them. They're agile and can spit out poison goo. The moment the goo touches someone, the person would immediately become a zombie. We were defeated because of that. 30 of our brothers had turned into zombies because of that attack from those devourers. He felt deep regret. If he had called for a retreat the moment they discovered the devourer, he wouldn't have lost so many of his subordinates. Those experts that were above level 30 had killed many mutant beasts and zombies to reach where they were. To retrain another group of them would be extremely difficult. Yu Zhong consoled him. Don't put the blame on yourself. No one would expect a new evolve to appear amongst the horde. The humans were evolving with the flow of time, the zombies were also evolving. Yu Zhong had guessed that a new fearsome existence would appear. He hadn't expected the process to be so fast, for a new terrifying form to emerge from the ranks. According to Hu Yi's estimate, even a 14.5 mm bullet would be unable to penetrate the skin of the devourers. Only the cannons from the 122 self-propelled missiles or other projectiles might work. However, because of the constant war led by Du Shan-xiong against the horde, most of the heavy ammunition in the armory had dwindled down. This caused a problem for Yu Zhong, who pondered silently before asking, "It's snowing now. Did the snow affect the speed of the horde?" Hui thought back carefully before replying, "A little. In this snowstorm, the advance of the zombie horde had decreased a little. However, it's not affected a whole lot. My guess is that they would arrive in another 6 days." There was only a distance of 100 kilometers between Guilin City and Nanning City. With that sort of distance, it would take motorcycles at most 4 hours to cross. However, the zombies were advancing without stop regardless of time. Their speed was slow though, thus they would need more days to reach Guilin City. Yu Zhong mulled for a while more before saying, 6 days? Alright, I've got it. Go and take a good rest. And, big bro. Hui replied gratefully before dismissing himself. He had led his subordinates out of the zombie horde, and braved the snowstorm to reach back Guilin City, and he was indeed exhausted. The moment Hui left, Yu Zhong shut his eyes, his brows furrowed together due to the many problems surfacing. The numbers of the 3 million strong zombie horde were simply too much. Even slaughtering 3 million pigs would cause a group of 10,000 people to be exhausted. Not to mention that these zombies were capable of retaliation. In addition, they had evolved types amongst them. With the current military strength of Yu Zhong, exterminating a horde of 100,000 was easy enough, but anything above 1 million would be tiresome. With the numbers reaching 3 million, Yu Zhong's heart felt like it was being pressured by a huge stone. The remaining ammunition in the armory was too little. If they had enough, then the 3 million zombie horde would be a joke. The rounds from the 122 self-propelled missiles could level half a football field. Just a single round could decimate over hundreds of densely packed zombies. Because of these rounds, Du Shan-xiong had been able to use a regiment against a few million ordinary zombies. Without it, his regiment would have been swallowed up long ago. Although Yu Zhong had come up with numerous preparations, he had no confidence of an assured victory against the 3 million strong zombie horde. Ningyu Xin came into the room, sitting beside Yu Zhong with her unique scent, as she asked in worry, "Is everything okay? What's on your mind?" After joining Yu Zhong in body, Ningyu Xin had slowly come to accept her position and fate. "Nothing much. I'm just a little tired." Yu Zhong then slumped and lay directly in Ningyu Xin's lap, breathing in her scent and feeling the stress and knots in his heart slowly loosening. Yu Zhong knew deep in his heart, should he fail, the more than 800,000 survivors would face imminent doom, and the security and stability that he had painstakingly established would collapse once more. A majority of the survivors would also lose faith in him. By now, Yu Zhong had gathered countless factions under him, and they became willing followers, because he had been undefeated. He was hence the only suitable candidate to lead. If he failed, then his position amongst his subordinates would fall, and the troops would most certainly disintegrate. Of course, if Yu Zhong were to come out on top of this, His position in Gillen City would be further cemented, and in the short-term future, no one would be able to rock his position. Ningyu Xian watched as Yuzhong closed his eyes, and felt her heart skip a beat. She finally saw a vulnerable side of this cold-hearted man who seemed to weather it all and carry the world's burdens on his shoulders. She felt as though the distance between this man and her was not so far after all. With the inner turmoil, as well as the imminent threat of the zombie horde, Yuzhong had been under a lot of duress, but he had never spoken about it to anyone. He just quietly shouldered it all, and hence the pressure and stress had accumulated. Laying on the soft and tender legs of Ningyu Xian, he unknowingly fell asleep. After sleeping for goodness knows how long, Yuzhong stirred awake, and saw Ningyu Xian staring at him. Yuzhong became clear-headed and immediately got off Ningyu Xian's leg. He looked at her, his eyes filled with an apologetic look. "Sorry? I fell asleep." Yuzhong knew that after laying so long on her legs, they would definitely become numb. The corners of Ningyu Xian's mouth curled, as she narrowed her eyes in an enchanting way as she smiled and said, "Aren't I already your woman? If you're still going to stand on ceremony, I'll be angry." "Ha ha!" Yuzhong chuckled and embraced this pretty lady in his arms. 5 days passed by in a blink, and countless rotting corpses came shambling towards Gillen City, with tattered clothes draping over their bodies as the horde appeared in the horizon. The bitter cold could freeze a normal person to death, and cause the morale and fighting spirit of soldiers to plunge. If the troops had been marching in the snow, they would incur a huge loss. However, the intense cold seemed to have almost no effect on the zombies, only serving to make their movements more rigid. "They're finally here!" Yuzhong stood quietly at the front lines, looking at the sea of zombies, pressure building in his heart. If it came down to commanding a huge army to battle, Yuzhong could not compare to actual military generals, hence in the command post, he had Zhang Shuiwang, Zheng Minghe, Chun Yu and other proper military personnel, while he himself went to the front lines. When those soldiers at the front lines saw Yuzhong, the highest commanding person in Gillen City, standing beside them on the battlefield, their morale reached a high never seen before. Leading was the basic principle of a commander, not being protected like a general. Yuzhong knew that about himself, and after countless battles, he was an incredible fighter with tremendous strength, and would not be able to exhibit his qualities through commanding. Instead, it was on the battlefield. The seemingly endless zombies came shambling towards the defensive location, and while their speed was slow, they were closing the distance. "Open fire!" Yuzhong shouted as he eyed the incoming horde. Following Yuzhong's orders, the various weapons all unleashed their prowess, raining destruction and carnage upon the horde of zombies, causing large patches of them to be felled. As countless ordinary zombies were shot down, from within the horde, more than 500 L2s came charging out from all directions of the horde, making for Gillen City. At the same time, there were countless other L1s and ordinary zombies following closely behind. At the front lines, 2 battalions, the 3rd Battalion led by Ing Kai Shan and 5th Battalion led by Chai Zitsang, were stationed. The soldiers were all experienced veterans that had fought against zombies, and the moment they saw the L2s, they immediately used their grenade launchers against them. As the grenades landed on the L2s, the resulting explosion blasted their bodies into pieces. An L2 might be impervious to ordinary bullets, but it could not withstand the impact and force of those grenades. In front of those 2 battalions, there were countless barbed wires, and as the ordinary zombies shambled forwards, they were ripped and shredded by the blades, before being flattened underneath the zombies pushing from behind. On top of that, there were countless uneven picks made of ice, which were made by using hot water in the midst of construction. It was simple, but effective, and as those zombies hit those steps, they were stopped by those picks, directly squashed from behind, and never getting up again. These were all simple traps, but enough to cause over 1,000 of the zombies to fall, before being crushed by their own. The horde was simply too large, as countless zombies continued to pour towards the city, and with the advance of the L2, even those barbed wires were torn apart. As for those defenses made of ice, they were stomped to pieces by the L2s as well. Led by the L2s, more zombies managed to break past and got closer to the defensive posts. This time, the experts from the 3rd and 5th battalions rushed forth to engage the zombies in slaughter. The moment the battle switched to melee, slowly but surely casualties were appearing in the two battalions. Thousands of S2s caught wind of the scent of blood, and dodged the rain of bullets to charge at the defense. Many of them were gunned down, but the moment those S2s breached the defense, it was hell on earth to those soldiers. At this point, those barbed wires and uneven grounds with ice picks were most effective, causing the speedy S2s to be helpless against the traps, as they fell and were trampled upon by their ordinary zombies from behind. After all, the S2s had none of the strength the L2s possessed. Fire the cannons! As the dense horde got closer and closer, the mortar and artillery team that were silent throughout finally bared their fangs. Rounds after rounds of missiles landed on the horde, blasting an entire area apart, causing numerous zombies to be obliterated, turning into ash. A single volley of heavy artillery was enough to cause a huge patch of the horde be wiped out. "Scum Battalion, forwards!" Yuzhong eyed the sea of zombies and ordered coolly. Amidst the Scum Battalion, one of the commanding officers, Wang Jian, who had chosen to betray Yuzhong together with Murong He, bellowed furiously as he wielded a steel blade and charged at the horde. "Everybody charge! We have only this shot at life left. If we don't kill them, we'll be the ones to die." "Kill!" The criminals from the Scum Battalion charged out with bloodshot eyes at the horde that had just suffered a round of heavy artillery attack. Behind those criminals, 2 IFVs as well as 10 machine gun-mounted vehicles and 100 soldiers followed behind, eyeing them coldly. If there were any strange movements from the Scum Battalion, they would execute them immediately. These criminals had been trained to the point of exhaustion after being sentenced by Yuzhong, undergoing even more grueling sessions compared to the special forces. They became so numb, and now, when faced with the threat of their lives being endangered, they looked back and realized how precious life was. Seeing those zombies, they unleashed their pent-up feelings, fighting to survive. Only by killing enough zombies, then these criminals would regain a chance at freedom, and gaining proper meals. These cannon fodder charged through the ordinary zombies. Carving out a bloody path, however, they soon came across an obstacle. An L2 appeared, and as 4 of the criminals slashed with all their might, they only managed to create a few scars on the skin. The L2 raised its huge fist and pummeled one of the criminals, causing his brain to be instantly pulverized. Chapter 448. Executing the Devourer. Chapter 448. Executing the Devourer. With an explosive fist that decapitated the criminal, the L2 continued to ravage amongst the group of soldiers of the Scum Battalion, charging at one particular guy behind a shield. The L2's attack sent him flying back for a few meters, before he threw up a mouthful of blood. The ferocity of the attacks from the L2 did not lessen, as it shot towards another person of the Scum Battalion. It reached out with its claws as though it was catching a chicken, and took a chomp of the throat, causing fresh blood to spurt everywhere, killing the soldier immediately. Seeing the ruthlessness of the L2 and its terrifying attacks, the soldiers, who were originally feeling pumped with bravado, immediately lost their composure and abandoned their weapons in a bid to retreat backwards. "All those who retreat will be executed." Following that cold, domineering shout, a volley of gunfire rang out, and those Scum Battalion soldiers that had retreated were immediately shot dead. Seeing this, all the criminals felt their hearts turn cold, as they were caught between two extremes, and they could only grit their teeth and charged onwards. The L2 continued to stride towards the scum battalion in huge step. Shit! Wang Jian saw the incoming L2, his eyes flashing with a trace of fear. He gripped his weapon tightly. If he was still a military personnel, he could make use of the explosives and grenade launchers to wipe this L2 out. However, all he had on him now was the huge steel blade, and he watched helplessly as the L2 got closer. Death awaited, regardless of which direction he went to. Purring! Just as the L2 was a few steps away, a sniper bullet penetrated its forehead, causing it to fall lifelessly to the ground. It did not get up again. While the L2 was impervious to different types of ammo, it could not withstand the penetrative power of the average sniper round. Wang Jian looked at the corpse in front of him, his heart in a jumbled mess. He clenched his fist as he swore silently, "I must definitely regain my freedom. I will become a proper military soldier this time." Only within the ranks of the military did Wang Jian truly feel secure. After being banished to the scum battalion, there was not a day that went by without him thinking about the army. Even being a normal soldier would have satisfied him, and he definitely did not want to lose his life pathetically as a grunt of the scum battalion. Kill! Wang Jian resolved himself, bellowing in rage, and immediately charged forwards to slash at the ordinary zombies. Under the intense killing spree of the soldiers of the scum battalion, as well as the efforts of the experts of the remaining 2 battalions, the scattered zombie horde was being wiped out efficiently. Scum battalion, fall back! Yuzhong surveyed the scene in front of him and gave the order. With that order, those soldiers from the scum battalion who had exhausted themselves quickly retreated back in an orderly manner. When those criminals had been sentenced to the scum battalion, they had received all sorts of training, following orders, and they had been drilled to maintain order and disciple. As long as there was any chaos or disobedience, there would be consequences. Hence, under those harsh conditions, discipline was slowly ingrained in them. 80,000 zombies dead at their hands was a sizable number, but it could not compare to the 3 million zombies. Not long after, the sea of zombies filled up the pockets of holes caused by the death of the 80,000 zombies and slowly inched closer. The soldiers of the 2 battalions had earned an hour of rest, before they had no choice but to re-enter the fray to engage the incoming zombies. Facing that never-ending sea of zombies, even in winter, the guns fired till they became hot, before cooling down and shattering. Barrels had to be changed often, while grenades, mortars and other explosives were all utilized to their maximum efficiency. Patches of zombies would be incinerated by the combined firepower, but regardless of how much they did, there seemed to be no end to the numbers. The outcome was bleak. From time to time, there would be unfortunate soldiers that got bitten as the zombies got too close, becoming infected and turning themselves. Some of the experts would also be killed as they were surrounded by those evolved zombies before being done in. White Bones had joined in the fray by now, as it activated its bone blades and charged right in, dancing with its blades, killing countless evolved zombies. Kai Shan channeled his ability constantly, changing the geography, creating tunnels and allowing his subordinates to kill the zombies with more ease. Yuzhong was also slashing with his black tooth blade constantly, slaughtering the zombies. As the black tooth blade was about 2 m long with each swing, he could easily slice through 5 to 6 zombies, and he had killed over a few hundred in a matter of minutes. However, a few hundred compared to the multi-million strong horde was like losing a single hair from the backs of 9 oxen, and was not much comparatively. Retreat to the secondary line of defense. After an intense battle of 30 minutes, Yuzhong finally called out the order. As the zombies were advancing forwards without stop, the current location was piling up with corpses, and was becoming unsuitable to maintain their defense there. Receiving Yuzhong's orders, the experts covered the retreat of the soldiers as they all began to jump up from their various points of cover, retreating back towards the second line of fortifications. The sea of zombies continued to slowly but steadily press forwards, forcing Yu Zhong and his men to abandon the first defense post and retreat. Just as Yu Zhong was retreating, he noticed over 50 zombies appearing within the sea of shambling dead. As they came to the mountains of corpses, they proceeded to shove the bodies into their mouths without haste. He saw this and his face fell. Shit! Are those the devourers? They can't be allowed to evolve successfully. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. These 50 devourers were obviously not the same bunch that Hu Yi had seen that had evolved completely. If these 50 were allowed to complete their evolution, then Yu Zhong would have to face 50 level 70 monsters. Yu Zhong took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with a cold glaze. He activated his shadow steps, shooting towards the distant devourers like lightning. White Bones acted as the vanguard, its bone blades flashing about constantly, slicing up any incoming L2, S2 or ordinary zombies that got too close as it charged. Yu Zhong followed closely behind White Bones, making his way for the 50 devourers that were all above level 50. As though they sensed the threat, the 50 devourers opened their jaws wide, and showcased the black poisonous spit that they could launch and turn anybody into a zombie with. The mass of deadly slime flew at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong waved his hands, and the terrifying devil flame appeared out of thin air, directly burning those poisonous darts, the zombies blocking the way, and luckily, 7 of the closest devourers, consuming them. With the fearsome burning ability of the devil flame, those ordinary zombies were all incinerated instantly, including 2 of the devourers, while the remaining 5 under attack leapt out of the sea of flames, escaping the fate of the rest. The horde of zombies split open, and 300 hours 1 second that were hiding within the sea appeared. Ranks on ranks of these deadly ranged zombies opened their mouths, and fired 300 fireballs at Yu Zhong in concert. Yu Zhong's speed had reached 17 times that of a normal person by now. This was nearly reaching the speed of lightning when it was still a Type 2, and every action of his was lightning quick. He simply sped up and dodged the incoming fiery projectiles. Countless fireballs landed behind Yu Zhong, exploding upon impact, wiping out the nearby zombies and causing scorched obliteration in their wake. However, even with Yu Zhong evading with the best of his abilities, 3 fireballs still found their target. Luckily Yu Zhong was wearing the Type 3 mutant beast hide, which deflected them with minor ease. The hide of the Type 3 mutant beast was truly resilient, adding on to Yu Zhong's own high endurance that could withstand even bullets. The 3 fireballs didn't cause much damage. With a thought, the green Jiao cape on his back flashed, and a summoned green Jiao python appeared out of thin air. The moment the green Jiao python appeared, it opened its huge mouth to exhale a thick poisonous fog across the vicinity. When the zombies came in contact with the poison, they were instantly melted into rotting, soupy puddles. As the green Jiao python was entangled with the other zombies, Yu Zhong brandished his black tooth blade, and used all his strength to chop downwards at one of the devourers. With Yu Zhong's strength of more than 80 points exploding out, the 2m-long black tooth blade slashed down on the body, causing a huge, deep gash and revealing the bones of the devourer. The devourer did not seem to notice the pain, as it charged towards Yu Zhong like a cannon with 160 or so points of speed. It opened its mouth, and a putrid smell could be detected from its gaping maw. My strength is still lacking, I can't kill it in a single strike. Yu Zhong came to an understanding, before a devil flame conjured in his right hand, and with the expenditure of 50 spirit and 10 stamina, condensed into a devil flame sword that was 4m long. Yu Zhong held that devil flame sword and slashed, and the intense heat caused the body of the devourer to be sliced in two, as a dense, thick rotting smell came from the part where its entrails splattered out of the torso. After finally finding a way to kill a devourer with one slash, Yuzhong wielded that same devil flame sword and continued to unleash carnage upon the devourers in front of him, slicing them in twain. These devourers were mostly about level 50-60, and had not evolved to be at the apex of level 70. They simply could not withstand those blows from Yuzhong, and were felled one by one. In the following short 30 seconds, 30 of the devourers had been done in by Yuzhong. The remaining 20 devourers seemed to be linked, as they abandoned swallowing the corpses, and dragged their long tails as they jointly pounced at Yuzhong. The moment the 20 devourers engaged in a joint attack on Yuzhong, the pressure on him intensified to an unimaginable degree. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.